red notebook. Alright, good morning. Just gotta get my notebook out. Still actually looking for other statues, like in the maid's chamber. Otherwise, I'm gonna try and get a pool room so I can check the basement again. Because I'm pretty sure that I'll have to enter through the fountain and the basement to check hovel, tool shed, shelter. It is, what day is it? Yes, I would. Oh wait, I don't have a card. I don't have a map yet. Sure. Give me the shelter. And maybe I can just get some of the bad rooms out of the way. I believe it to be November 24th, and I'm gonna say like 10 a.m. And then I'm just. Oh wait, it unlocked. The disappearance of my cousin. Before I do that, grab whatever. Oh, I already. That's just a gem. That says 7. Dear Uncle, the disappearance of my cousin Mary has long sat unfavorably with me and my father, and I will freely admit to you that the chilly airs of indifference you may have felt in my presence can be attributed entirely to the suspicions that I have harbored for these past years. Suspicions entirely aimed at yourself. And while I've never had the opportunity to prove it, I felt very strongly that you had some deep involvement in those events 6 years ago. The circulating rumors of those months did nothing but further reinforce my convictions in this fact. Those of us that are once bitten are twice shy, and I'm aware of the cost my aggressively aloof behavior has had on the social standing of our family. I do not apologize for my actions, though I am now willing to admit that the conclusions I reached may have been flawed. Last week I had a confidential conversation with one of our mutual acquaintances, a conversation that has shed more light on this mystery than all of my father's countless fruitless inquiries over the years. I now have reason to believe that you were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin under cover of night across the Red Border to the southern seafront, and I believe this may have occurred in September, for 7 months after she was reported missing. A date that coincides not with her public disappearance in February, but instead with the notable theft of the Ruby Crown. If the Blackwater insurgents were in fact responsible for the heist, as some have claimed, I believe this scenario entirely plausible, and the fact that 2 of the Crown's 8 rubies have now surfaced has given me renewed optimism that she's still alive. Alive, safe, and finally free. Perhaps my willingness to accept such a sensational story betrays my own desperation. Desperation for answers, desperation for hope, and desperation for a narrative in which you are not the villain. In the distant land we all dream of, the land where a strangling crimson curtains draped across the sky are pulled back and the windows and shutters of discontent flying wide open, in the distant land I pray one day to find our Miriam safe, happy, and absolved. So, this is a 7 on it, which is the same number that the angel in the chapel has. Now, the red rooms I'm gonna look for, because I still want to try and just get all 8 red room. The red ladder is now actually just here.
as it was foretold. I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future.
Should I mute my mic? This is different.
The image is becoming clear. I see the darkened
cloud.
of ruin, familiar to us both, now decrepit, run down, and in disrepair.
Probably the house.
I see 8 red envelopes resting upon 8 pedestals.
That looks like there is a worm.
These 8 envelopes, I see 8 letters penned by 8 different hands. 8 letters of which you will only ever find and read 7. Just like the art hanging on the walls of these rooms, there is a letter missing.
Mm-hmm.
What you have heard here
Okay.
has been foreseen
That was a lot clearer than the first
by the
one.
great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
So that was a lot clearer than the first one. I assume if it's 8 letters, but I only read 7, that maybe the Simon is the one who writes the 8th letter. Nothing else, no member. Is there a chess figure somewhere? What do we have? That's a 10 and 10, I'm pretty sure. Can't actually see a chess figure. Oh yeah, the bishop, okay. Locked and I don't have a key. A lot of locked rooms today, actually. Like, especially early on. To the right, to the chapel. Also, good morning. Get me the commissary? I do have 15 coins. And now 4 dice. Road and a rod. What do you offer me? A sledgehammer? I will take that. And then I can unfortunately not afford anything else. However, we can soon change that. Bonk. Experiment successful. We have a key, coins, and a gem. The office. Pantry, workshop. I don't have enough items, so I'll take the office. Actually, I'll take the workshop just for the straightaway. Have a broken lever. That's me shit. Alright. The workshop letters. This one is an A. The third workshop letter is an A. So that is GHA. I don't know if those are dependent on how often I enter, or dependent on how often... dependent on the day. I do be running out of steps, aren't I? Take the bedroom. That's dessert and desert. I think. No items, unfortunately. Have a courtyard. Shovel? No shovel. But some dirt. Way to the left. Or actually the storeroom. The storeroom isn't bad. Also no shovel, unfortunately. That is stars and stairs. No picture in the courtyard, actually, now look at it. This looks really stupid. With just the one hallway wall. Observatory. Get my new star. Plus 1 key. That's Crow and Row. Kitchen. Okay, so unfortunately I'm locking myself in here, however, I think that's fine. What do we have to eat today? Glazed salmon, if I have an aquarium. So this is 10 steps. This is 15 steps. I'll take the 10. And a banana. I also now have 5 dice. I just realized I'm looking over there all the time to see if the shoes are doing anything, but then I remember that I didn't actually buy the shoes, so of course they're not gonna do anything. So if I want the dining room to actually do all, I need an aquarium first. Do I take the locksmith? Just so I've taken it once. I think I do. That's a bunch of keys. Key, 3 keys, a special key. Or a lockpick kit. A special key might be useful. And I do have the option of getting money. Nursery, hallway. I definitely need something that has multiple doors, so yeah, take the weight room. I should be sheltered, yes. Take the archives, now I am no longer sheltered, so I'm gonna reroll that. Plus 1 for each bedroom in your house or the hallway. I'm gonna take the bunk room. I'm not gonna enter it. It's locked, use a key. The vault, I don't have gems. Conference room, no, I need something with a straight way. Like a corridor. And now I'm gonna go buy myself a special key. I do be running out of steps, but I think that's fine. The Alzara, I'm gonna check and see if I can go there again tomorrow. So what special key do I get? A prism key. If you unlock a door with a prism key in the green room, hallway, bedroom, red room or shop, you would draw floor plans of the same color. Okay, interesting. Right. Oh, what do we have here? Coat and coast, I'm pretty sure. Unlock me another hallway? Do I want another hallway? Walk-in closet, great hall, the boudoir. I'll take the boudoir. Anything new in here? Doesn't look like it. The passageway I can't afford. So hallway it is. Coat and cot. Garage, no reroll. Terrace, no reroll. West Wing Hall, so I can go to the right. Card and car. Dining room. That does give me additional steps, which are gonna be necessary at this point if I'm at rank 8, which I'm not yet. I'm only at rank 5. Security. I need a keycard. Well, that sucks. I need 2 keycards. Well, that sucks even worse. And unfortunately, I have not drafted the breaker room, so I can't disable those. Meaning, I am locked in. Meaning, I'll call it a day. And then I'm gonna check the orchard and see if 1128 does work for its number code. Respectable in. Respectable is not good enough. I just realized that this game has a mouse pointer that is pointing straight up, which is not something I'm used to. Like, not at all. Take my allowance and then to the orchard. While I'm outside, I'm also going to check if the basement is still open, or if I have to get the power hammer and do that again. You are still locked. Actually, locked is not the correct word. It's just a plate screwed in front. Where was the orchard? Back there, back there. Alright, then does 1128 work for you? Yes. Perfect. The apple orchard has been permanently unlocked. Starting the day will start each day with an extra 20 steps. That is lovely. That is great. And also, we have a valve here. For fire number 2. Which either is those 4, or there are additional, like, bowls around the wall. So either 4 or more. Oh, a sundial. That's neat. What do we have in the shed? Gardener's logbook. April 10th, 1992. When I first came to the estate in the capacity of the new groundskeeper, I was a little dismayed to find that my predecessor had kept no notes, no logbook, and no record of any kind regarding the various gardens and green rooms of the house under his care. As a result of his improvidence in the first few months of my post, I suffered a number of embarrassing professional blunders that I believe could have been avoided with even a few scraps of imparting wisdom from the previous groundsman. To that end, I will make an effort to make some record of my dealings on the estate, and as much as it pertains to horticulture and general tomfoolery, Robert Nocula, groundskeeper. What the fuck kind of name is Nocula? Among my many commissioned duties, I have been tasked with the conservation and oversight of Mount Holly's alluring grounds. My domain stretches from gate to gate and encompasses the Apple Orchard, Entrance Drive, and East Yard. Fortunately for my workload, the maintenance of the West Grounds has not been a priority since Lady Epson's death and the ensuing closure of the West Wing. Nevertheless, I take some pride in my work, so I stand over to brush the best path weekly, even if none but myself take notice. In addition to maintaining the grounds, there are 8 green rooms within the house that require some level of upkeep and light groundskeeping. The majority of these, I discovered, are only draftable on the perimeter of the house along the east and west wings. I guessed that the green rooms have to be on the outside. The terrace, patio, veranda, morning room, greenhouse, and secret garden all fall within this category. One of the first tasks I undertook as groundskeeper was to conduct a survey of the various plots of soil underneath each slot on both the east and west wing of the house, and while I would have preferred a full survey of all 45 plots on the house, it was clear that the inconvenience such an undertaking would produce was in no way worth the extra data, especially considering the rooms that would benefit from the survey only ever appear in the wings. To quantify the soil quality, I measured the soil's capacities about crop growth and maximized the promise of high yields. The survey ended up taking 2 weeks due to some difficulty reaching the higher ranks, but the project was well worth the effort. As suspected, the room position has a direct relationship to the amount of fruit spread from the gardens and the amount of flowers that can bloom in the greenhouse. Okay. Smudge pots. A few years ago, the Baron made the long overdue decision to switch from gas lighting to electric power. The installation of the new system was a substantial undertaking, as almost every room in the house had to be equipped with new fixtures and wiring. Thankfully, these renovations did not extend beyond the mansion's interior, and all the lamps and equipment used outside of the house are still connected and powered by gas line, including but not limited to the orchard's smudge pots. These smudge pots found among the apple trees here in the orchard are a critical necessity thanks to the cold temperatures and high altitude of the estate. These gas-burning stack heaters prevent frost and should be kept on during the winter months to ensure daily yield of apples. When the smudge pots are not in use, the orchard's gas line should be turned off to conserve resources for the estate's other gas-powered machinery and appliances. After a few months of idleness, I finally have a new cause to champion. I have submitted a request for a change of scenery. Specifically, I would like to replace the statue of Orinda, currently in the cloister, with a much more appropriate angel, Runa. After all, as beautiful as the statue is, it shouldn't be the greenery of Mount Holly be given by the paragon of gardening. Though amused, I don't think Anne took the request too seriously, though she did humor me and listen to me rave and pontificate on the subject for a better part of our lunch yesterday. Right, I'm gonna write those two names down. So, the maid angel is called Mila. Then the gardener is called Runa. In the garden shed. Orchard shed. And the one in the cloister is called Orinda. I have no clue if that will ever come to any sort of use, but I'll wonder writing it down. And she wonders why I avoid tending to the cloister. Truth be told, I've forgotten how to access the inner girth, and I'm too scared of just dozing in to probe for the particulars for the third time. I'm also gonna write down the soil survey. I'm not sure it's gonna be relevant, but I wanna try have a 6, 7, 8, 9 ranks, and then West Wing. I'm gonna just ignore the 3 inner areas, and then the East Wing. So, and then I'm gonna say X is Baron. 1, 2, and 3 are poor, good, and rich. This is gonna take me a second, so please bear with me. So that's a 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, rich, Baron, and that's poor. Then on the other end we have rich, good, rich, poor, good, rich, good, good, and poor. So, that should be a 1. Whatever. I kind of want to see what happens if I put green rooms on specifically the barren ground. Also, how do you not have a shovel in your shed? What? Oh well. Couldn't take it any inside anyway. Okay, 20 extra steps per day is definitely a number I am happy with. That's what, 40%? Now, to the outer room. Actually, let me also check how many bowls there are. There are 4 down there. And then there are another 6 on the staircase. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. For a total of 16. The basement is open. So that's good. 16 is a multiple of 8. And of 4. I do, however, believe that just from how it's set out, it's probably gonna be these 4 and not more. The 4 down on the like outlook next to the peak, or looking at the peak. You know what? Take the hovel, just so I've taken it once, which is apparently a bedroom. Notice of termination. Dear Mr. Remain, your half-hearted dedication and maintenance of the ground have been greatly appreciated. However, I regret to inform you that your services as the groundskeeper at Mount Holly will no longer be required, effective immediately. This decision has been made after careful consideration and is based upon repeated observations and documented instances of neglect in the performance of your duties. The state of the green rooms in particular has deteriorated significantly over the last few months, which reflects poorly on the rest of the staff. You are required to vacate the hovel by the 20th of March, ensuring all tools and equipment belong to the estate are returned to the tool shed in good condition. Your final wages will be settled promptly upon completion of these instructions. We thank you for your time and service and wish you the best in your future endeavors. Amber Barsh, House Manager. So Rivain was the... Why does he have bear traps? Rivain I read about... perfect. Previously. And... he was... fired. Apparently. There was also a note somewhere else that he is no longer part of the house. So that checks out. Of the staff, rather. So that checks out. Okay, so that's 3 of these gas things done. And then we are gonna have... Okay, gems are gonna be completely irrelevant. Because we need steps, meaning I need the kitchen and a lot of bedrooms. Getting a nursery early would be appreciated. I'll start with a den, even though I don't need the gem. But the 2 rooms definitely help. Storeroom. The parlor is probably not relevant. Considering that in the box there are only gems. Get me the hallway. Bed and bath. Then the patio. Step requirement 3. Yeah, I'll take it. So this now is in rank 2, so that's on good soil. I do wonder if that changes the amount of... if that changes the amount of dig spots. Or maybe the likelihood of getting turnips. Get me the pantry, get me the chapel, the pantry. For a banana. P and peak, I think. Closet for 2 items, be a shovel. No. Okay, key and dice. No shovel, no sledgehammer. Those are probably very lucky if you get them, actually. Especially early on. Sure, actually redraw me that. You know what? I'll take the kitchen. What do we have? Bacon and eggs. And add a morning room to today's draft pool. I have never been in a morning room, so I'll take that. And I'm also gonna take a club sandwich. What is the main course today, actually? It is the porterhouse steak, so I need a showroom. I don't think I've ever seen a showroom, but it looks... I think it's probably a shop type. Bedroom. Pray and pry. No items. The spare room. The nook, the laboratory. Okay, what can you give me? Experiment-wise. I need to draft a hallway from another hallway. Well, set your steps to 40. Ooh. When drafting, if you draw a drawing room floor plans, immediately gain 3 gold. Set your steps to 40 when you draft a hallway from another hallway. If you draw a drawing room, add 3 aquariums, I think. Start. I don't actually want to go to the network. I don't think there are any other terminals I could access right now. Images, tie and tier. Yeah, I think I can. I think I'm actually gonna run with the idea that it's tier. Unfortunately, I do not have a boiler room. Unfortunately, I still do not have a boiler room. Nope. This means that, unfortunately, I will once again not activate that lever. So the courtyard and the cloister are probably the only two green rooms that can spawn anywhere outside the east wing, east and west wings. Okay, the corridor doesn't help, so I'm gonna take the nursery here and hope I get something good on the other side. What do we have here? Nothing. A gem. That doesn't really help. The Red Prince once again. Tier and Tiger. Drawing room. Allows us to add 3 aquariums. Fire and fur. I wonder if the pictures are dependent on how deep you are in the house. Morning room. Tomorrow we'll start with 2 gems, unfortunately. We need something that goes to the left. Billiard room it is. Oh, that's a lockbox key, is it? No, car keys. Then I need a garage. However, that is only in the west wing, I'm pretty sure, and that's kinda locked off right now. 10, 12, 20, minus 3, 17. 18, minus 10 is 8, minus 7 is 1, times 10 and 2 is 20. 11, 16, divided by 4 and 1 is 4. Was that wrong? 8, 10, 2, so that's 12 minus 3. That's 20 minus 3 is 17. 18 minus 10 is 8, minus 7 is 1, times 10 and 2 is 20. Oh, did I overlook the 2? Okay. 5 and 11, 16, times 2 is 32, divided by 4 is 8. Thankfully you can just do that again. What key are you? Key to the secret garden. Interesting. Special key, secret garden. I'm just gonna look at the secret garden because I've never seen it before. That is a larger room. Oh, there's a breakable brick wall. If I had a power hammer. Okay, we do have cardinal directions. We have a rogue moon. We have a definitely breakable brick wall. Wait, is that the wrong way around? I'm in the east wing, aren't I? Oh, you're the access lever for the antechamber. Oh, that's the rogue moon on the door. The north door lever, the north access lever was where? I did write that down. That's the letter, Spectre Blooders, Post Office 1, so the north lever is underground. So I definitely have to go into the basement somehow. I would wonder, if I could break that, would I just be outside? But yeah, this Weathervane is the wrong way around. Oh, we also have oranges, and not only apples. Well, eat an apple. Unfortunately, no shovel to dig. A corridor. I'm gonna take the morning room. Maybe there's something in here I can still read. Ooh, an upgrade disc. I could just go back to the laboratory, but I think I'll do that later. November 5th, the Baron of Mount Holly names nephew provisional heir. In the blue hours of Wednesday morning, the venerable Baron of Mount Holly, Herbert S. Sinclair, passed away at the ripe age of 73 after a prolonged struggle with a heart condition that had been kept from the public eye until his final days. Esteemed as a pillar of society and renowned for his penchant for crafting puzzles, he was a source of endless fascination to her readers over the years, not least through his popular column Baron Baffless, which he penned for over a decade. The particulars of the announcement of his successor yesterday has left his devoted followers with one last intrigue to ponder. The reading of his will precipitated a flurry of speculation for his niece and presumptive heir, the much beloved and lamented Mary Matthew Jones, has been missing, presumed deceased for the past 6 years. Mrs. Jones, better known to her readers by her pen name Marian Marigold, enchanted the hearts and minds of children across the realm with her literary creations such as The Red Prince, Swinbird, and A New Clue. I have read 2 of those. Her disappearance remains one of the age's most tragic mysteries, with her whereabouts unknown. It was Marigold's own son, Simon P. Jones, a lad of but 14 summers, who was yesterday named the provisional heir to the sprawling Cinca Empire. However, this vast inheritance is accompanied by an undisclosed contractual condition. Given the Baron's well-known penchant for tests of mettle and wit, it is clear that the young heir from the Reddington, distinguished in his own right as last year's County Science Fair run-up, faces an extraordinary challenge in the coming weeks. More to follow. Have some flowers. Is that a marigold? I don't know. I don't know flowers. That's a vault key. The aquarium. Take a corridor instead. And you are already open. Go back to the secret garden and just go in there. Just find any room. The lavatory. Just add it in so it's out of the draft pool. And is there anything inside? Doesn't look like it. That's a chart and a cart. Done that already. In the foundation, no shovels, so unfortunately nothing there. The pool. Locker room, sauna, and pump room. I haven't seen the locker room yet. That's a tag. And that's the coast and cost, I think. Oh, it remained drained from the last time I used the pump room. That is interesting. So the pump doesn't reset every day. Use a key. Commissary, Great Hall, items for sale. Take the guest bedroom for 10 steps. 15 steps actually. Compass. Right. Then to the left if I can. Oh, the garage. I do have car keys. What is in here? An upgrade, another upgrade disc. Okay, at this point I definitely want to go back to the laboratory. Grain and Rain, I think. Yeah, the third time you have just taken the car for a joyride. Bunch of keys, but I don't have a breaker room. Okay, I can go with a foundation to the north. Which I think looking for another room with a laptop or with a terminal might actually be smarter. Dining room. That is the 7th rank. Get me an aquarium. Which does count as a bedroom, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, the locker room spreads keys throughout the house. Just to see if there's any law I can gather. This locker is locked, this locker is locked, this locker is locked. Wait. Tie and time. Is there any locker that isn't locked? Doesn't appear that way. I think they're all locked. Oh well. Office for the terminal. And that kind of locks us out of the West Wing entirely. Spine and Pine, I think. A key card. This is the antechamber level in the greenhouse broken again. It's fine. Insert a disk. Upgrade. Which room? The parlor, that's great. I use the room generally a lot. Gem price is equal to red rooms in your house. If you open an empty box in the funeral parlor, you lose 30 steps. So that is good if you take a lot of red rooms. 2 wind-up keys, so you can just open 2 boxes, which makes it a lot safer. Or just a simple price upgrade. I don't oh, this does count as a red room itself, doesn't it? In that case, it's at least 1. Which I need at least 1 other red room to use it. I use the parlor relatively early most of the time. But I think I'll take that. Willpower has been successfully upgraded. I have a second disc. And we upgrade the nursery. Whenever you draft a bedroom, gain 5 steps. Whenever you draft a bedroom, gain 8 steps. If you have less than 10 steps when you enter this room, set your steps to 20. Nurse's station, which has a wonderful little like red cross. Indoor nursery. Whenever you draft another green room, 2 gems will sprout in this room. So this makes it a green room. However, I prefer not to return to rooms I've already been in. So I'm gonna take this. It's the simplest upgrade. It's just a straight upgrade instead of a change. And it is also probably the most useful among them. Dismiss an alarm. It is technically a workday today, if it wasn't a holiday. So I have a bunch of alarms set for my breaks. Spread gold in the estate. Spread gold now. And then run the payroll. Oh, it's already been run for it. Please try again any day next week starting on Monday. Okay, so I can do that only once a week. Okay. Is there anything else in here? I haven't noticed anything last time, but I also didn't pay too much attention. I don't really see anything either. Oh, the funeral parlor. So, unfortunately, that doesn't really help me currently. Take the dark room. Use a key. Hope it's something good. Since we're just guessing. The laundromat. Bleach. I've never been in here before. But this can launder currency, it said somehow. Laundry services. 5 spin cycle, 5 ocean dry, 5 foff and fold. Swap gems and coins. Server costs 5 coins and will exchange all of your gems with all of your coins at a 1-to-1 rate. All of your keys with all of your gems at a 1-to-1 rate. Tenant will exchange all of your keys with all of your coins. I can't afford it. Okay, so not as useful as I might have hoped. And I don't think I'm going to use it. This is chief and chef, I think. Okay. However, that means I've seen it once, and also there is nothing in there. This one. It's the boiler room. Which the boiler room does apparently also retain its functionality from the last time I activated it. However, with the exact setup I've activated it with, and I need to focus the steam in here again. Right, doesn't really matter. I want to look at the antechamber. I don't have a key. Okay, you know what? Laundromat, you actually are useful today. Wash and dry, swap my keys with my gems. And go pay a visit to the antechamber. Which, by the way, also a neat game. Music room, 1 major key, 1 minor key, security, dining room. I'll take a dining room. See if we can find a showroom. Probably not, just eat. Don't think I've ever seen the showroom. Said something about luxury items, which I don't think I actually need. Flight and light, and that's the antechamber. To continue up, you must go down. Ah, the basement key. So now I need to go outside. Please be a breaker room. Basement key, use. Oh no, I need to go to the foundation. So I need to go right here. Redraw. The weight room, security room, gymnasium. The gymnasium is fine. Lose 2 steps. Through the aquarium. Through the foundation, and then I can go to the basement. I wonder if that keeps... Because I don't have the basement key permanently, I don't think I'll unlock the basement permanently. Do I have a key card? I do have a key card. Special keys, basement key. Alright. I have been here before. However, I don't have the pump room, so I don't think I can actually get anywhere. Because I cannot move the minecart. I cannot go via the reservoir. And the map showed me that I need to enter through the fountain, the tomb. Yeah, mainly the fountain or the tomb. This is the same setup I've left it in last time. Apple Orchard, there's 2 missing. I have an allowance of 6. So... Can I actually do something currently in... in here? I don't think so. I think I'm stuck because I don't have the pump room. Alright, I can't get over there because I need the 30-degree ones, and for that I need to raise the platform, which I do via this one, or presumably this one. Maybe actually not, meaning I have to come in from this direction so I can get over there. However, that is not possible without entering from somewhere else. So the steps have to be to get in the basement, set up this platform, drain the floor, drain the fountain, or enter... So the 6 is the tomb entrance. The tomb is an outdoor room. I can enter via the fountain entrance or via the tomb entrance. The north lever is up there, which is behind this gear. That's the elevator, basement. I can't drain the fountain from here. I'll also want to drain the reservoir at some point. I do also want to see the torch room. Unfortunately, since I can't move the minecart, I am once again stuck. So I'm gonna set it up correctly. So I only need to enter via the fountain, since that stays permanently. And then I assume you all actually want to rotate the gear. Because you are gonna be 90 degrees from this one. So enter through here, go over there, raise it, go down there, rotate it twice to go there, and then I'll see further. I think. But for now, that's probably all I can do today. There's nothing else. I presume that the basement is not gonna be permanently unlocked. It would probably say it there. So, I can't continue anywhere. With that, call it a day. Call it. Bacon and eggs. Bacon and eggs? Alright, save and continue. I got 2 floor plan upgrades, so that's great. So the nursery room would actually be 8 steps now. That makes it really good, even if it's a dead-end room. Grab my allowance. I now have 70 steps, and it's great. For the fountain entrance, I'll probably need to drain it. Alright. Let's go visit the outer room. See if it's something usable. Do I still have a blessing? No, I don't. The tomb. I'm gonna edit just because I can't, but just because to see it. I do love that he automatically walks down the spiral staircase. So, whenever we draft a dead end, it is gonna spread 5 gold in here. This is actually rather expensive. And there are these 7 statues in here. Some candles. This apparently does count as a dead end. Each of our journeys come to a conclusion here in the tomb. The floor plan is the definite dead end. Or is it? Right, because there is a tomb entrance, isn't there? This looks suspicious. Suspicious as hell, actually. This also. That's the gardener angel. And I can move her arm. Can I move the other one's arms? I think I need to find a chapel. And write down whether the arm is up or down. And then set it accordingly. Is there anything else in here? Another letter? Oh, money in the event of my death. Simon, so here's where it all ends. At least for me. And of all the picturesque places of this grand estate, I chose this dreary dark dungeon to be laid to rest. And that same dim somber fate fell upon my father and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there is no stronger bond of servitude than tradition, and family tradition, thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break. And I do wonder what plans and prospect of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. What biography of your own will you forsake to add another page to your father's memories, or your mother's, or mine? In our youth we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our deaths we are left with realities and regrets. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another's life for the sake of our own? Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath a great oak overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods and the worldly mountains, and the wild holly that surrounds the trunk, a perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is it that dumped me in this sunless hollow? There was a third letter. And if by morbid example this dark crypt makes any impression whatsoever on you, if reading this letter with these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope, if these words might grant you strength to bend if not break these chains, then would I cherish this tomb more than oak and sycamore and spruce, more than the wondrous woods and worldly mountains. This cold stone room would become the most cherished place in all our domain. I would have you raise a shrine upon the spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat the sepulchre as hallowed ground, to realize that grand gestures can be as effective as they are theatric, and to, in turn, as recompense for the freedom thus granted you, commit yourself to be buried here within... God damn it. Here within this mausoleum of dreams, and when the day comes to write your own letter to inspire the next generation that follows in our footsteps, as is tradition. It would have been a lot better if I didn't accidentally click off the letter multiple times. Alright, yeah. I could just brute force that, but I don't. I don't want to. So up I go and look for the chapel. I should have enough steps to do so. And I'm gonna keep at the west wing in hopes I find the garage. Well, I need to break a box as well, don't I? Alright. Look for the chapel then. Pry and pry. A storeroom. I'll take a bedroom. This and desert. Some coins. The chapel. Perfect. Let's see. Right, so they hold them in both hands, meaning... I can't really make a conclusion off of those, however. I assume that I can find them somewhere. In the house, I can probably find other depictions of all of them. Great chance of finding green rooms, sure. Also, green room. Ooh, shovel. Lovely that. Give me turnips. It's a brick. Fortunately, there's no fox to throw it at. An old tin can, also not worth picking up. Okay, so I have the garage, which is a dead end, I think. Unless this path counts. Right, get me those keys. I don't want to waste the whole way here, so... Make it a panther. With a banana. There is no depiction of an angel here right now. There are like 2 additional things I can permanently unlock. Somehow. Which I assume there are 2 more doors outside that I haven't gone into yet, which is the one with the weird plate in front. And the other one is like that bunker entrance. Sure, get me the closet for some items. Oh, a lucky rabbit's foot. Getting that early, probably really good. Funeral parlor, storeroom, spare room. Get me the spare room for now. Still nothing in here. I'm gonna have to take the gymnasium. Even though having that in the middle ain't great. Take the courtyard. Actually, take the commissary. What do you offer? Running shoes, a magnifying glass, and a sledgehammer. To shatter some padlocks. Security. I don't have enough gems. In that case, the Nook. Which unfortunately doesn't have a lockbox. Stage and the flower. I have 5 key. Alright, the garage. And that's just the end. So I am once again locked in. Okay. That's a broken lever for the secret garden, I guess. For the greenhouse, rather. If I could go there. I'm gonna go look at the doors outside. Then I'm gonna have to wonder where the other angel figures are. I'm gonna want to look at the shed to see the Rinna statue. Or I could just brute force it, but again, I do not want to do that. Because the Rinna rendition in the Groundskeeper's book was different, if I recall correctly, from the one. This looks like I can open it in the security room, but not really. Budget. What time is it? 10:49. So you... No, you also have her like this. But that would mean that basically all of them... I'm gonna try with the arms down on everyone except for Orinda. Which is the actual angelic one. And also, yeah, this door, no clue how to open that. And then this door here. Also no real clue how to open that. I didn't check if the tomb had a gas line for these fires. But the fact that they just straight up look at this peak, which looks kind of hard to climb. Oh yeah, that's the storage room, isn't it? I don't think there's anything in here except darkness. Because I can't turn those on. But then this is just blocked off by boxes, so no path forward there anyway. But it's not what I see. Alright. Tomb. All of them pointing down except Orinda. Or maybe all of them pointing down. The Orinda does just carry it above, doesn't she? The chimney sweep might actually also have it above, but... Also, why is there an angel of chimney sweepers? So that's the I guess stable hand, chimney sweep. Cook. Gardener. That's the maid. That's the noble, I think. Oh yeah. Bunch of coins, I can't do anything with it. Right, so I'm pretty sure I have to set them somehow to do something. But I have no clue how and what exactly it would be supposed to do. Are they actually all here? So we have, if I just count them, 1, 2, none in here. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, they're all here. I don't know the combination, the exact configuration of how the arms are supposed to look. I will not brute force it. I am completely locked out, so it is time to call it a day. Did I disable the alarms? At 11, yes. And yes, okay. At Grain Cottage, yeah, only 16 rooms, that's not a lot. Save and continue. Now I think about it, Funeral Parlor is a bit of a problem. If I don't use it early, I don't get the gems early. But if I get the red rooms previously, that could be good. Okay. Still a bunch of rooms I have never used. Also, if I just check rooms 1 to 12, yeah. What is this? 4, 7, 8, 9 blue rooms I've never used. A bedroom I've never seen. 2 hallways. I have seen all the green rooms. 4 shops I have never seen, which I think the showroom falls on those. All the red rooms. Studio additions and additions found floor plans, the mechanarium. And outer rooms. There is still one I haven't used, which is the trading room. However, if I get it, I'm just gonna use it today. Could be a lot in there. Also, who even checks if I pay for things? I'm the only person on the grounds, am I not? Toolshed trading post. Bunch of tea. What do you offer? You have no items to trade. Oh, you are barter system. The fuck you mean? Oh, a box. I need to make them yellow, I think. They only go up. So I have to put one in this corner. They need to be, what, 3 apart? No, 2 apart? Oh, like this? Like this, okay. Allowance token. Allowance has been permanently raised by 2. I'll take that. Right, so you actually do function with the barter system. Meaning you are not useful at the start of the day. Only later. And I assume you don't use the normal items, gems, keys, dice and coins. And only use special items, like the sledgehammer. Funeral parlor, I'll take a hallway. Right, point and pin. The nook for a key. The drawing room I can't afford. I'll take a closet for 2 items. Just a gem and a dice. Okay. Then I'll take a chapel, sure. Right, those... Maybe it's specifically the rooms with a bishop I need to check. But I don't think the maid's chamber had a bishop. Take me to the drawing room. Okay, that's a lock and a clock. No other items. Go to the right. Have a pantry. Get me some money back. And an apple. P and peek. You're more likely to draft green rooms, unfortunately. I don't have the gem to draft you. Yeah, that's sand and ant. Take me to storeroom. You are 10 and tent. There's a pawn. Is the swimbird still here? The swimbird is still here. Wine cellar. I'll take the nursery room. I'll take the nursery room. Grab the gem back that it cost me. Fire and fur, I think. Any other items? Doesn't appear that way. Okay. Right, and drawing room in the other direction. I think I'll take the courtyard. I don't have a shovel, do I? Ooh, a sledgehammer. Just have it lined about. Unfortunately, no shovel now. Alright, get me a straight way. Like a spare room. That's perfect. And then I can just go through the entrance hall and into the west wing area. The den. How many red rooms do I have? Only 1. It's fine. Take me to the observatory. That's a diamond. No, it's Southern Cross and the diamond. Right. Could I actually get something just straight up with 9 stars? 8, and then the next is only 11. Okay. Patio. I didn't click anything. That's a bit unfortunate. But I guess I'll take it. Plan. A key, sure. I held the I pressed the tab and clicked. Maybe I did something wrong there. I can continue upwards. The cloister, unfortunately. gonna redraw those. Rotunda, Great Hall, I'm just gonna take a corridor. There is a hallway I've read about in the drafting room that makes it so all hallways are always unlocked. What the fuck? Okay. Archives then. Makes it so all hallways are always unlocked. Meaning the Great Hall should be completely unlocked if I take that. What do we have? Dark room, funeral parlor. Actually, take me to funeral parlor. At this point, it should give me... Ooh. Yeah, okay, so this has massively changed. Over Sinclair, Banner of Mount Holly, 1920 to 1993. To the dreams I keep, to the schemes I cling, to my task let it last, let it sleep. To the friends I made, to the ends I braved, of the past let it last, let it sleep. To the steps I laid just to call it a day, one last draft let it last, let it sleep. To my sober quest, to the last roll left on my mask, let it last, let me sleep. Let's see what we have here. All three statements are false, so this is false. Two statements are false, this could be true. The gems are in a box with a false statement. So you are definitely false. If you are true, you are false. However, then I'd have a uniqueness issue, because if the gems are in a box with a false statement and wait a second. You have to be false. No. You are true. Okay, that's a little bit... If this was false, so two statements are false, if that is true, then this and this is false. Which you are always false, you could be false. If this is false, and you are false, then you also need to be false, which is impossible. Meaning, if you are false, you are true. In which case, you need to be true and you are false, so it should be in here. That was a very confusing sentence. I tried to construct the West Wing hallway. Sure, I do not like that the curtains are now permanently closed. I preferred it with the open curtains whenever it was possible. Oh, this is the West Wing hallway, is it? Yeah. Kitchen, archive floor plan, bedroom. I'll take the archive floor plan just to see what it is. It is the security room. Do I have a keycard? No. Onwards I go then. Oh, before I forget. Okay. Take me the billiard room, the archive floor plan, that's the dark room. So before I forget, keycard system. Security level change offline mode to unlocked. Confirm. And then set the security level to high. Exit. I don't think there's anything else I need to do right now. That's a keycard door. That's not a keycard door. Okay, to the right I go then. Sure, use a key. Which one's the archived one? Take the gym room. Ah, it's a commissary. Okay, I have 10 coins. Shovel, sleeping mask, a metal detector. I do have a shovel, don't... No, I have a sledgehammer. I'll take a metal detector? Okay. Motherfucker. That's a keycard door on the security room, so... the bedroom... sure, actually take the archive floor plan. That's the boudoir, isn't it? Yeah. Which I still don't think I have any clue as to what the code for the safe is. I presume the boudoir I kind of link with the lady of the house, and her ladyship's bedroom has a diary, which I assume may contain a code. Okay, I can't continue through the... Do I take a passageway? Not really. Okay, floor plan. That's the bedroom. That's a coat and that's a cot, right? There is nothing on the pictures, right? There's the rogue moon. But nothing else. Do I actually still have paths forward? Only the dark room, and for that I need a key card, which I don't have. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go outside. Actually, can I? Red room, unusual. Unfortunately, I don't think you can from these see whether they have the boiler room power sources. Because I know that the archives does have it. I know that the passageway has it, but you can't see it from the blueprint. Okay, unfortunate. This way. I'm gonna go outside and see what items I can trade for. And I also want to check the basement, if the basement is still open. That would also explain why I need a keycard for the foundation. For the foundation to call down the elevator, just to make sure I can't immediately just go there. So I have a broken lever, which I can trade for an ivory dice, sledgehammer for a compass, or a metal detector for a lockpick. Right, no trade. I do not like this kind of boarding system. If it just is preset what you get for what. Especially like an ivory dice for a broken lever. Eh. Good, now then, I forgot to check if it has a valve. I'm gonna need to go through all the rooms again just to check if they have a valve for the for fires. Do you have a valve somewhere? Does not actually look like it. Okay. That's fine then. Right. But again, who checks? So the valve is either in one of the rooms I drafted early, where I didn't look for the valve, or it's in either the bunker or the other locked door. Now, basement, are you open? And with you, I specifically mean the door to the house. No. Oh, you are. Right, so now if I have a key card, I just can go just immediately to the foundation. Okay. That does help me, I think, for the future. Just to know that. Right. Can't really go anywhere. Call it a day. Alright, day 20. I don't know if there's a time limit. Like day-wise. Okay, take my allowance, which now has a glorious 8 coins on it. Allowance also makes a lot more sense if the character plays 14 years old. I just wanted to say, what kind of parent just lets their 14-year-old son go here without any supervision, and then I remembered that she's probably dead, or at least that she's missing, probably dead, which would kind of explain that. The chef, for each different type of spread that you do each day, add an extra dish to the dining room. Is there any gas stove in here? Apparently not. Alright, so now I want spreads in my rooms. Spare room. The storeroom. Just get me some baseline items. Okay. Unfortunately, no special items. The den. I will take an observatory. And grab me that new star. That is tag and stag. Apples are extra delicious today, and the slice. Do I take a nursery? I think I'll take a nursery. If it's this early on. Ooh, banana. Unfortunately, yeah, only apples are extra delicious today. Right, no other items. And not my favorite things currently. The funeral parlor, I'm not gonna enter it right now. Because I first need some other red rooms. Kitchen, pantry, well, that's a bit of a bummer. Pantry, so I can at least continue. Apple. Extra delicious gives me 5 steps instead of 2. Brighton Bridge. Take me to Nook. Stairs and stars. Passageway, I can't afford library. Alright, that's another book I've rented. John Ribbon Powell with this EPCW Pump System User Manual. So engineered specifically for the luxury requirements of today's indoor in-ground swimming pool and spa. The EPCW is also expandable, allowing you to use multiple pumps to control the water flow and volume to several different designated tanks and aquatic house features, be it an aquarium, fountain, or good old-fashioned swimming pool. This is a tutorial for the pump room, which I already figured out how to use that, so it's all good. Anything on the floor up here? Does not look like it. Apparently I haven't been in the library for a hot minute. Okay, this is not great. In that case, just get me the freezer. Freeze my assets. Bunch of ice. Ooh. There's a key in that freezer. There's a letter in that freezer. There's some gems. There's a key. I assume those are... No, those aren't my gems, so... Can I somehow... all of this? There is something in the laboratory. this ladder with the thawing and freezing point of water. Because this looks like a special key. With the thawing and freezing point of water, so I assume I can somehow turn this room off. Somehow. What is that note there? Master Sinclair's personal freezer, not for staff use. And he chose to freeze a letter, a key. A letter and a key. Lovely. Also, this looks like a door. This looks like I could walk through there if I can somehow unfreeze this. Unfortunately, that's all there is for today, since I have built a very bad mansion here. Right, I assumed the freezer is just a quality of life room, but apparently there could be some more hints in that. Right, grab my allowance, check the outer room. I do want to go for all the classrooms, if I can. All 8 of them. But since they always only have one exit, or well, 2 exits, including the one I enter through, they might be a bit of a bitch to set up. Though, if I recall correctly, they do switch between left and right. You know what, take me just a tool shed. Metal detector and a sledgehammer. 2 things I will very gladly take. Also, do you have a valve? Shouldn't have wasted that step like that. Does not appear like you have anything else of note. Okay. I actually wasted 2 steps like that. Oh well. So I know it's not the tool shed, I know it's not the shrine. Let's see what we get then. Wonderful little room with 3 exits. Pantry. Coins. Nothing else. Stag and tag. Sure, use a corridor. Does not detect gems. That's a car and a cart. Alright, hallway. I don't have a shovel. Aha. Drawing room. Sure. Pictures, clock and lock, that's fine. The knock, so I can go to the left. I wonder if there's ever gonna be a clock that just shows a different time. Secret passage. I've never used it, so I'm just gonna unlock it right now. The key to the bedroom. That's the desert and the so sand and gold sink, red rover, green thumb, the halls of Holly. So you go to hallways, green rooms, bedrooms, red rooms, golden rooms or shops. But otherwise there is nothing of note really. There is So the secret room basically now just allows me to specifically draft a bedroom. Right. So it just lets you choose the color of the next room further. 10 and 10, okay. Interesting, but I don't think I'll take it all that often. Billiard room. A 1. A 3? A 1? What does this mean? Is this a 50? No. I have not had that before. 7? Is that a 4? No. In that case, I'm just gonna go through. Because I don't think this symbol is ever explained anywhere. It's not a 3, is it a 4? Five. No. 6. Also no. It isn't a 7. I think I already tried that, so 8. 9. It was 9. So this is 9 plus 1, it's 10. No. Oh, it's a square of 3. So 9. Then 3 plus 1 is 4, and the square of that is 16, is that right? Yes. A square of 6 is 8 is 36 minus 16 is 20. Okay, so we add squares now to the math. As long as we don't add cubes, I think I should be fine. Like, I think the square of... all of these numbers are up to 20. Spare room, courtyard. Courtyard is unlocked. I think I'll take... oh, I can't take the courtyard. Because I don't have the gems. Right, use a key. I don't have the gems, so... take me to chapel. What are actually these statues? I've never looked at them, but those do look more like saints than angels because they don't have the wings. A bedroom. Then on, the funeral parlor, which would give me 2 gems at this moment. Which is, I think, the general, what you also got previously. Black box is black, the black box is true, the black box is empty. So the black box is black is definitely true. The black box is true, then all 3 would be true, so you are wrong. The black box is wrong, and the black box is not empty. Commissary, I do have a bunch of coins. Free key, I'll take that. That's a bunch of gems, magnifying glass, I'll take a shovel. Only 3? That's very cheap. A set of gems for... oh right, it's a sale today, so I'm just gonna grab everything. Use a key. Security dining room. Do I have rank 8? No, I do not yet, but I will immediately afterwards. I haven't really spread anything. That's a plane and a pane. There is... That actually looks like one of the stone statues also in the chapel. So I assume that's a saint or something. East wing hallway. And now it is dinner time. However, that's a fish, so let's see if I can find an aquarium. That's a plan and a plant. That's new. I don't think I've had that yet. Let me just go ahead and check through plane and plan. Plane and pane. Planet and plane. No, I don't think I've had plan and plant. So we have a plant and a plan, which is my 41st letter. A T. Unfortunately I still have no clue how to put all those letters together at the end. Okay, get me the nurse. Actually, the library. So I can... That's a box? Yeah, that's a box. That's a globe. How would those two fit together? A box, a crate, storage. I don't think the emblem on front is relevant. How would that fit together with this? We have like a painting? But paint doesn't really fit with box somehow. Also, if it said paint, it would use the picture of the paint, wouldn't it? Globe, continent, world. No. Well, the brush doesn't do anything. Planet doesn't really fit with the box. Crater, maybe, but I don't think so. God doesn't really fit. What words would those be? Not ox, not box and ox. Like brush. Since he holds a painting brush, but the brush doesn't really fit, it could only think of bush and rush. Bush and rush. Which doesn't really fit the crate. Otherwise, storage. But then again, emblem doesn't fit. Square, cube. No. Can't really think of anything with the emblem. Otherwise boxy, but that would only lead to boy. Hand handy, but the crate I don't think is that handy. I don't think, because from far it kind of looks like it's frozen, like there's ice, but I don't think that's the case. Hmm. Like, this is less of a box and more of a crate. Oh, create. I think the left might be create and then crate. Again, just an assumption. Which would be an E. And my 42nd letter. If you have any better ideas, by the way, how those two pictures could relate, let me know. Unlock the door. A bookshop. Books for sale. Have never seen you before. I'm gonna unlock you. What would I want with books? History of India, New Clue, The Curse of Black Brit. You are hella expensive. Books purchased in the bookshop will be permanently added to the library and available to check out on your next visit. Did I have that already? I think I said heat and wheat. Yeah, wheat and heat, okay. Reading on Herald, a new clue sold out in hours. And it should come as no surprise that in the latest book from local author Marion Marigold is breaking literary records and making headlines even in absentia. The release of a new book, A New Clue, comes only 4 months after the distressful report of the author's mysterious and unexplained disappearance. Her current publisher has issued a statement debunking the conspiracy theories surrounding the book's recent announcement, stating the writing of the book was completed well into the editing stages many months before the disappearance. In addition, the publisher has revealed that all of the proceeds from the first edition sales of A New Clue will be going to Lasting Hope, a non-profit organization that aims to provide resources and intel in the investigations of missing persons. Still, the timing and conveniently mysterious title of Marigold's third book has left many cynics denouncing the book and the disappearance as a cheap publicity stunt. Detective Bon Mardle, who many theorize may have been the inspiration for A New Clue, was quoted only saying that the book was unintentionally accurate. Regardless of their opinions, fans, pundits, and cynics alike were standing together elbow to elbow in bookshop queues this morning, eager to get their hands on what may very likely be the last words ever published by the missing author. Anything on this picture that could be relevant to Marion Marigold, A New Clue, but nothing else. Okay. Yeah, these books are hella expensive, though I can't afford any of them. Drafting Strategy... Do we not already have Drafting Strategy 5? Oh, Volume 3. Oh, there are at least 5. I think one of them's in the drafting room. Ballroom. I'll take the music room first. Prism key. Crown and Crow. A simple key. Oh, I just got now why you got keys in the servants' quarters, plus 1 key for each bedroom in your house, which is 1, 2, and with that one 3. I'll take the house features. Get me an experiment. Experiment set up. What can we do? Whenever you draft a shop room, whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, each time you unlock a bypass, set your steps to 30, lose 10 steps and gain 20 gold. Actually, take me that. Start. Okay. Whenever you draft a shop room, now I'm gonna look for shop rooms. So I can go and buy a book. Hopefully. I can eat that dinner still. Special keys, I only have the prism key, which does not fit because it's a blue room. So I have to go back all the way to the entrance hall, huh? Have a dinner. Maybe I find something to spread so the dining room actually gets more food. Which I don't know if it's actually can get more food or if I have to specifically do that before eating anything. Chart and cart. Yeah, lose me a coin, why don't you? I need an insane amount of money if I want to actually get all of that done. Right, get me another hallway. No, observatory, darkroom, gymnasium. Sure, get me the darkroom. Just gonna bypass it. The corridor. Pray and pry. The kitchen. Two more gems drafting room, right, so I'm gonna have to do that. Banana chef salad, very green room. Nah. West wing hallway. There's the little stream. Then I can go to the right. Draft. Or get me the closet for 2 items. A gem and a key. Wonderful. Plane and plan. Yeah, security is the only one with multiple exits. Crow and row. Sure, break a box, why not? Turn off the gymnasium. Oh, and the keycard system, right, I should definitely do that. You on, you on. I do not know where the cabinet is. Or whether it actually exists, I don't think I've ever seen it. With the security turned off, let us just update the keycode system. Set security level high. And then offline mode to unlocked. Okay. Gymnasium is turned off, so we can just go through there. Card and car. And we can just draft freely. I'll take an office. Gain 20 gold. And lose 10 steps. I do not have an upgrade disc. Coat and cot, okay. Spread me some gold. Can I run the payroll? No. I do have a metal detector, so I should be able to find that gold relatively easily. Use. A key, that's a garage. Oh, the conference room. That's perfect. Because now, if money is spread, it's just gonna be all here. Is there anything new on these pads? Or anything that I missed last time? Because I honestly didn't check too much. Like you have, the safe code 983. However, you are written on a red memo, so you are a lie. The Now that I think about it, does the office even have a safe? That's just a tower. There's nothing on here. Right. Does the office even have a safe? I don't even see one. Oh, you can open this? Bridget, please check if any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. Flight of the Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, or Headings of the Major. I had a little trouble reading the Baron's writings, so I'm not sure if the last title is intended to be Hearings of Herrings Unknown, but knowing Herbert, I suspect either would be suitable. Aha, there is a safe. Right, I'm gonna write down those book titles. Office book titles. I am surprised that only one of them is written in black. Written in red. Flight of the Queen. Then March of the Count. Count, which is in black. Could be completely irrelevant. Fall of the Lord. Passing of the Barons. And Herrings of the Major. Herrings of the Major. Or Hearings. I do have a bookshop. I don't think I've seen any of those book names in the bookshop. But I'm just gonna see if maybe that is the case. Right, that's just that it's broken again. Let's just try 98.3. It was not the code as expected. Do I have any other codes I could try? I do have some codes, I'm pretty sure. Like 6, actually clear first. 1, 2, 1, 3. Nope. 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope. 5, 2, 5, 4. Okay. None of the codes I currently have do work, assuming that it's a 4-number code, which is not necessarily the case. Could have to do with the books. Right, so that's the conference room safe code. 9083 is incorrect. Let's just try 1128. Didn't expect it to work. Alright, so I need a different code, which I'll probably find somewhere on a picture. Actually, that was a waste of steps, but I'm gonna actually see, because of the camera in the office, and also apparently, well, there's a level. think a cow. But there doesn't appear to be any specific code on it. Then the picture of the Baron with a camera. Because if I saw correctly, this is the exact camera that's standing in the office as well. But nothing really, okay. I assume that's a picture of Reddington. And desert. Plan and plan. Crow and row. Card and car. The boudoir, lavatory. I'll take the boudoir. Ooh, a fan. I do like fans. Can I open... Although this now opens up a whole new beast of... Can I open this drawer? I still don't think there's anything noticeable on this. Except that it's a Christmas area, but can't really see anything code-wise. Also not on the safe. Right. Get me a new star. Mechanarium. How many? I have 1, 2, 3, so it would be 4. You go to the foundation. You I can just open. Get me 2 bedrooms that should... Do I have a nursery? I do not have the nursery, in which case, add me the pool. Grab me some coins. Try to get the pump room. That's a pilot and a plot. Show you the key. Carry out the boiler room. Unfortunately, it will not go to the laboratory, so carry out it is. I don't have a shovel, do I? I do have a shovel. Ooh, I also have a lockbox, and I do have a sledgehammer. That's a very specific key, apparently. It's the car keys. Gem. Dig, get me some turnips. Old shoe. Turnips? Another old shoe. Who the fuck like, seriously, who buries old shoes? Aquarium, locksmith, terrace. I'll take a terrace. Do you have a turnip for me? No. Tree. Is there anything I can see down out here? Not really. Right. Observatory mail room. The pump room. I was looking for that. Right. Pump all of it into the pool, which is the 6, I believe. Yes, so I need to use pump 4. Then I want to take it away from the fountain, which is number 1. I'm pretty sure I cannot physically drain the reservoir completely unless I somehow get access to this reserve tank, which I don't currently have. So from the fountain, which is 1. Back into the pool. From the fountain. To the pool. So 3 of those go into tank 1 and 1 in tank 2. And now the fountain is empty. The reservoir, if I could drain that completely, there's probably some interesting stuff down there, but I doubt it will work. I have used up all of my stuff, so to the fountain. Actually, I can dig here. Maybe there's some turnips in here. An old shoe. Also, I can just go through the basement, can't I? That does save me some steps, I think. I do not have enough coins to buy the expensive book. I forgot one. Forgot a dig spot. No, that's fine. We have the plane and the planet again. Alright, and fountain. Let's see if I can enter through. I'm very nearly out of steps, which is a rarity. I can. There's also the coins I've left for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Or to make a wish, rather, actually. The basement door is locked, so I need a separate key for that. Which I probably get from... I don't think it'll be in the antechamber, because we already were there. I think it might be the key in the freezer. Which I need to find out how to activate that. How to deactivate Baronial Manor. Actually, the biggest I've ever had it, I think. And the fountain remains empty. Okay. Alright, grab my allowance. Go to the outside room. Shelter, tomb, or hovel. Right, so I think the shelter doesn't really do any... Well, it negates the next 3 red rooms. I've already been in the time safe, so the tomb doesn't really help me either. Except maybe if I find a conference room, the spreading might be really cool. Yeah, let's take that. Just grab the coins that are already spread since it itself is a dead end. But having to walk out here to grab the coins is not really feasible. Except maybe at the end if I have a shop where I want to buy something permanently. Which would be, if I saw that correctly until now, exclusively be the library. However, I haven't been in the shop, in the showroom, which might also unlock things permanently for me. Alright then. Go to the left this time. Storeroom, knock, closet. I'll take the storeroom. The storeroom is basically just a better closet. Actually, it can't contain dice, so it's probably about 50-50. Alright. The spare room. So I have 5 coins waiting for me in the tomb. And I'm just gonna try and keep count. And if I actually need the money, I'll go down. I'll go down there. The courtyard. Sure. Ooh, a metal detector. That should be able to help. No shovel though. Sure, corridor. Peek and P. It's very nice that the metal detector doesn't detect all the metal that I can't pick up. Nook. That's a desert, and that's a... okay, that's sand and... Can only grab the closet. Just a bit of a disappointment. A key and a gem. Alright, continuing here. That's also the second dead end, so I have now 10 waiting for me. Can't pick the pool. I can actually pick the pool because I do have a gem. So let's do that. However, now it is filled again, so I can't... ooh, a keycard. It is filled, so I cannot pick up the money down there. Which apparently currently doesn't even exist. Kitchen, den, funeral parlor. All 3 of those are not great because they block it off, but the den at least gives me something for free. And a coin extra. So currently 10 coins down there. Alright. Library. And that is the next book we have. The potential within drafting strategy. Gems, gems, gems. Planning your house. You have to read architects to have gems while drafting. Read it, submit gem strats. Make a shitty check for gems in the room you are in before clicking do I do I much. Saving some gems for emergencies. Never draft passageway in the first 5 ranks. It's a simple strat that has served me well. See gems for sale in any of the shops, buy them out. Don't pass up buy and sell it even if you're not thirsty. There's no such thing as too many gems. I may have a bit of a problem. Planning your house. Draft early ranks first. Drafting a straight line north and ignoring the many unopened doors they have left behind, an entrance, hall, and rooms of the early ranks. When these architects reach their hangings, they do not have enough keys or gems to continue. Right. This knock can also be structurally weak if you're leaving lots of unopened doors in the ranks behind you. Drafting combos. Right. When playing a house, the order in which you draft, for instance, if you draft Cloister before Terrace, you will be down 3 gems, but if you draft them in reverse, Cloister will be free. synergistic pair of floor plans is an essential first step, but determining the optimal order for drafting those rooms will provide you with an additional advantage, significantly improving your chances of success. Right, office and then the conference room. Or the other way around. The more items you have, the greater your chance of being able to create a contraption in the workshop. So the attic is probably good. I do need to check the attic. I have not been in the foyer yet. I have not been in the attic yet. Making a connection to pair combos aren't the only form of room synergy. You'll find some floor plans only work with drafting other specific rooms. Rooms are powerful on their own, but can become very useful when the connectivity is eventually discovered. The utility closet is a perfect example of this. It doesn't do anything by itself, but it can literally power up or down other rooms you have drafted house. Garage, west person access, turns light black after blowing lights back after blowing a fuse, turns light off to prevent step loss. One of the most simple examples of Ladyship's Chamber's synergy with Lady Epson's other two rooms, her boudoir and walk-in closet. The boiler room connects ducts from room to run steam power to specific destinations in the house. Laboratory, garage, laundry room, furnace and pump room all have uses for steam power. Oh, the pump room maybe gets the reserve. Speaking of pump room, this room controls the water level throughout rooms at the estate and can interact directly with the pool, aquarium, greenhouse, kitchen, and several other features located outside the main house. Kitchen you can check what costs being served. Since contains 2-bedroom bunk room also counts as 2 rooms. This will increase the amount of steps granted by master bedroom, the amount of gold spread by the room, the amount of keys found in 7 quarters. That's good to know. Each time you solve a puzzle in billiard room or par, difficulty will increase slightly next time you draft the room. That's also very good to know. You didn't find any enemies in a room when you first explored, doesn't mean it will be cast when next you draft it. The day after drafting freeze it, and it's on automatic cooldown refreezing cycle, during which it cannot be drafted for the next 24 hours. If you're stuck or don't know what to do in a specific room, sometimes it's smart to move on. There are multiple ways to solve many of the challenges you will come across. There's a very good chance you'll find a piece of information in the room. Right, draft rooms you have never seen before. Right. That is the digest number 3, okay. Locker room, commissary, archives. I'll take the archives for the 4 exits. One. Yeah, this, while it is blocked off, doesn't really count as a dead end, does it? Alright. Where do I go? Security. An orange. 5 steps, that's good to know. Do the security. Actually, I have a keycard, it doesn't fucking matter. Actually, I have a keycard, it matters that we have high security. And then it actually doesn't matter if I have the offline mode locked or unlocked, I think. Confirm. As long as I don't have the breaker room, it doesn't matter in the slightest anyway. Right, then get me the code check. Do I have anything in here? I don't have anything in here. Yeah, put in the metal detector. Desert and desert. This is plain and plan. Short chapel. Is there actually an Aether Angel behind that altar? Alright, let's see. Hallway, take the archive floor plan, take the hallway, take the hallway, take the commissary. I can't afford the commissary. Archive floor plan on. Oh, it's the breaker room. Still don't know what the VAC does. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go back to the to put in the keycard. Because I do not need it anymore today. And I might need it the next time I draft this room. Guest bedroom, west wing hallway, 4 more doors. Right, card and car. The dining room, the bedroom. I can't afford the floor plan, the archive floor plan. You unfortunately do not offer me any food yet. Back here? No. Ah. What a spread! Special course, golden sunrise soup was sun-warmed, +5 and +5 coins, plus an additional 5 coins if you have a morning room in your house. Unfortunately, I don't. And I don't think I will. Because I need to unlock it somehow, and I don't remember how. Let's see, you cannot see what floor plans you're drafting. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that and just go to the breaker room. Because then I will see it afterwards. Costs me just way too much coins, but that's fine. Ooh, a gem. Right, this here, it says, I assume for one of her rooms in the West Wing, as well as an enlarged print of the enclosed photograph. I assume that this picture in one of her rooms in the West Wing does contain some more information. Now, the rooms she has are the boudoir, the walk-in storage, and her own room. Oh, the funeral parlor. How many red rooms do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that would actually be worth it quite a lot. The white box is false, the blue box is false. The gems on the box with a false statement. If the white box is false is true, then the blue box is true. Right, so if you're true, then the blue box is true. Which means all three are true. That is not possible. So the black box is false, meaning the white box is true, and the blue box is the gems on the box with a true statement, which is the white box. I don't have a shovel. Right. Bunk room, hallway. I'll take a hallway and go to the right. Check some of the lower ranks again. Passageway, guest bedroom, archived floor plan. Ah, the sauna. Which gives me 10 additional steps next day, if I recall correctly. 20. I have now 1, 2, 3, 4 dead ends, so 20 coins. Let me see if I can find a good shop. Take the drawing room. Phone. Pictures. Coast and coat. Redraw. Oh, the walk-in closet. Here, this is the... Oh, cupcake. Gem. Key. That's a tent, and that's a 10. Is there anything else of note in here? Like, there's a picture, but that does not look different from the other ones. Even the same crease. That appears to be a mirror. There's a black pawn. Maybe because she's from the Epson family and not the Sinclair family? She has a different color. Have I unlocked the boudoir today? No. Also, I will not be able to go in there. No, fine. However, that is, I believe, my 5th dead end room. Plain and Pain. Show you the key. The laboratory. Let's see if we can find the boiler room directly next to you. Oh yeah, dinner time. That's what the bell is. Okay. Plant. Cannot be accessed via the security. That was a lie. It's only via the office. Which I still haven't checked. I completely forgot about that. Continue. Whenever draft a shop room, gain +1 star, permanent 1 to gold to your allowance. Find some trash when digging immediately. Whenever draft a shop room. Start. Get me more allowance. I haven't had the office today, right? No. Please be the boiler room. Oh wait, I've never read this. I typically work over at Sync Labs, but no wait, I did read this. Right, because he got absolutely lost on his first day here, I remember. Please be the boiler room. It is not the boiler room. Maybe you are the boiler room? You are not the boiler room, you are the locker room. Which requires... Oh wait, you are open. Crow and Crown. You're open but empty, and then all the other all the other lockers need keys. Pump room, vault. Fuck, I'd love to have that. Okay, floor plan. A hose and a house. Drafting studio. Oh, absolutely. The Great Hall petitioning plan for Saturday, November 28th. Oh, today is Saturday, November 28th. This is right. Today is day 22. 1. So 8. No, wait, that's 15. That's 22, yeah. What can we add? Dove coat. Whenever you draw dove coat while drafting, you may rotate floor plans. Ooh, that's kinda neat. A casino! Or each time you enter dormitory or drafting a room, gain 10. I'll take a casino. It costs 2. A towering loft serving home to many of the feathered locals of Mount Holly. As a devout birdwatcher and amateur ornithologist, Mary had petitioned her uncle for years for this to be built on the estate. It is free. Rotating could be very good. The Mount Holly Casino offers an intimate and exciting setting for wagers of any scale, and guests may be surprised to discover how much strategy is involved in the games featured here. A buy-in of 2 gems is required for admittance into this exclusive room. And the dormitory, small sleeping quarters devoid of... Yeah, okay. I think I'll take the casino. Just so we can draw. This is Paint and Pint. This is volume 1. I have read volume 1 and volume 3. I can buy volume 4 and 5. In the bookshop, if ever I get there again. However, I'm running out of steps. Observatory, commissary... Okay, floor plan. That's the bunk room. I do not need to go in there because I know there's nothing of note. There could be items in there, but I don't really care for those. So 2... The dinner room? Where's the dining room? There. Meaning I go through the drafting studio, that's the shortest way. Funeral parlor, dark room, dining room. Oh, cake! Delightfully expensive stick cut. Have dinner. I do wonder how the locker room works. So what are you? You have a key lime pie, unlocks doors as well as your taste buds with a slice of this classic custard dessert. Plus an addition of your locksmith and house. Unfortunately I don't. So I could get to the locker room and just check that out. However, first to the west wing hallway. Okay, so the locker room has spread some keys. Servants' quarters, +1 for each bedroom in your house, which I have 2. So I can't afford it. I don't have the gems. At this point, I honestly just assume that's a tube. And it goes together with a tub. Because I really cannot think how otherwise the bath and this file would go together. So I'm gonna say tube and tub. And this is a white pawn compared to Lady Absinthe's black pawn. So that would be another E. My 43rd letter, actually. Let me actually just check to make sure I have numbered them all continuously. 37, 38, yeah, one letter is still missing. Okay, go to the locker room, because I think I have... I could still do something in the East Wing hallway, but otherwise I am locked. So I just want to see where I can find the locker room. Which I have 1 key. What is in you? Gems. So I guess there are some small items in those. And this one's locked as well. Okay. Meaning I am basically done for the day. Do I go to the tomb? Nah. Can't really use the coins because I don't even have a shop anywhere. And no freezer. Call it. I do wonder if there's in any of the locker rooms if there's anything of note. And with of note I generally mean like permanent upgrades or permanent knowledge, like a red letter or something like that. Day 23rd, so it is now... Ah yes, the sauna gives me 20 extra steps, so I have 90 today. That's a good amount. That's actually an amount good enough that the hovel would be good. Trading post. Okay, get me the schoolhouse. Anything in here? I already read that. Okay, can I open this drawer? No. I've already opened you, so if I do that, it turns one off. Right, however, I do want them active, I believe. Okay, let's go through all the classrooms then. If I can get them, if I can draft them all. 1, 2, 3. Does this one cost? I don't think any of the outer rooms costs anything. Right, get me the library. Could get a new book. I read all of those, so I'm not gonna get one. Pen and Pine. Chamber of Mirrors. You can now draft a second copies of rooms you've already have in your house. Interesting. I'm gonna take it just to see if there's something interesting in here. So I can raise that mirror. That door is locked, so it's not a mirror. That door is also still closed, so it's not a mirror. These aren't mirrors, these are glass panes. Which I assume I want doors to them, so I can get inside. Well, fuck. Immediately blocked off. And, ooh, a sleep mask. Brighton Bridge. Get me a classroom. That's grade 1, which is the colors. Unfortunately, no gems, I don't think. The classrooms do cost me gems. Another closet, well, that fucking sucks. The den. I need gems and I need to go to the left. Right, the mirror room I need to keep in mind. I'm pretty sure that I can... Well, this fucking sucks. Get me the commissary, maybe I can buy gems. I can buy gems. I don't think I need a keycard today. Grade 2 is math, which we also already did. Or looked at. Pantry to the left. There is nothing else relevant on that paper. I still haven't checked in the kitchen. I completely forgot over and over again to check. Okay, the double rooms are kind of a problem, actually. But it's the same letter. So it is in fact the exact same room. Except for the pictures on the wall. West Wing hallway. Card and cart. Card and car. Rumpus's room. Yes. First of all, you have a bishop, a black bishop. Is there anything regarding the angels in here? I can't do anything there. I can't turn on the television. It's just a bunch of coins. Also, who is a Rumpus? Why does he have 2 TVs? And like an actual, like, fortune teller. Can open those doors, like, insert a coin. Get my notebook. And see the new...
as it was foretold. I am awakened at the sound of the dropping coin.
See, then you
You find
foretold.
yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future.
Very creepy, that guy.
Yes,
These machines are always creepy.
the fog is clearing.
That's a man. It's the Hat Man.
I see a shadow in the doorway. Silent footsteps in the hallways. An unlatched gate you did not open. A missing item you did not take. I see a young boy watched from afar.
Okay.
A young boy who once was brave, but now afraid.
Interesting. That's a statue of death.
What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara.
In the hallway, then watched from
Until
afar.
the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Afar, unlatched gate. I am interested in seeing if there is actually an unlatched gate I did not unlock. That was one of the outside gates. Well, it's locked and I don't have a key, meaning I'm once again locked in. However, I'm gonna go check the outer rooms. I need to keep the mirror room in mind. Also, I completely forgot that the classrooms cost gems. Which is a bit of a bummer. Check the gates if something has been unlocked. They can't go the West Gateway. So this, I think I unlocked. Because this is where my tent is and I somehow need to get there. Still interested in seeing how I get in there. This is still latched, this is still locked. Dismiss this alarm. So that's still locked. The only other gate I think I remember was at the outer end of the west hallway when you have set the garage. Because the car then leads basically to another gate. No. Unfortunately, like, I wasted a bunch of steps today with that. But that was not a great setup, unfortunately. Architect's Cottage, 5 drafting rooms. Really? Oh, the classrooms count as drafting rooms, huh? Right. Basically same setup, grab allowance. Really wonder where I get the other basement key, but I'm just straight up assuming it's gonna be in the freezer. Or it's once again in the antechamber. Which, now that I think about it, it's not called, the game isn't called antechamber, it's called anti-chamber, isn't it? Still a good game. Never finished it, because I got a bit mindfucked there. Hovel root cellar, I'll take the tool shed. The root cellar is watering can, I've never had that. The root cellar is unfortunately kind of reliant on you also finding a shovel. The first tomb you enter each green room, you use 1 water to gain 1 gem. Limited capacity. Water. Can I refill that water? Like currently I have 3. But in the kitchen, for example, I have said that there is water there, so maybe I can refill it. Take me the hallway. Just immediately go to the west wing and hope for a green room. The nook for a key. Yeah, you just see the key, don't you? Can't interact with any of those books, can I? I basically just went and said, yeah, all of that is scenery and I can't interact with that without actually trying. Because all of the interactables seem very obvious. Have a den for a gem. That's the plan. That's a plane. Take the observatory, get me another star. I'm at 10, 11, that should be the bigger diamond, shouldn't it? Yes. Also, anything up here? No. I don't think moving this somewhere else would really help all that much. Even though I could. But I also cannot move it further up, to my knowledge. Oh wait, that's this. Yeah, no, I definitely need to have it look in that direction. Stairs and stars, it's fine. Okay, to the left and then to the entrance hall. Straight through for... I'll take the spare room. Just so it's out. And then... laboratory. Get me a good experiment. You unlock a bypass a security door. Gain 1 key for every 2 hallways in your house. Whenever you spend 2 more gems, whenever you draft the rest, do less 5 steps, and then a letter will be delivered to the mail room. Okay, let's try and get a mail room, because that letter does sound important. Also, there was... magnifying glass. Very nice. Kind of actually makes sense to find that in a laboratory. At least more sense than some of the other rooms. Please give me a boiler room. No. Well, the drawing room it is. As long as I don't have the mail room, I don't really need the other ones. Car and cart. Yeah, give me the nursery. For the 8 steps, that's a banana. And also some metal somewhere. Ah. Some coins. And nothing there. Bath and bat. You do not have the duct, so the boiler room cannot power through you, I'm pretty sure. Get me the kitchen. Actually, redraw me that. A green room would be great. No, then I'll take the chapel. A letter has been delivered to the mail room. Now I just need to find the mail room. Commissary, pantry, funeral parlor. I'll take the pantry. Take that gold, take the apple. Sand and. A walk-in closet. Sure. That's 3 gems. No, 2 gems, a lucky rabbit's foot, 2 dice. No keys and no coins. That's fire and that's fur. Right, okay. It has paid for itself, and then some. Boiler room. Unfortunately, we will not be able to get to the... we will not be able to get to the laboratory, so I'm just gonna set up a guest bedroom. Get me the gem. Clock and lock. There is nothing hidden in this letter, is there? Pretty sure I already checked it once. Alright. Leave downwards to the entrance hall. You also do not have ducts. Yeah, so I specifically only need rooms with ducts, unfortunately. Yeah, corridor. Bride and bridge. Corridor also doesn't have ducts. Boiler, bedroom, closet. I'll take a closet. It's a bit closed off, but I still have pathways forward from the den. Unless I now only draw dead ends. Though the mailroom is also a dead end, and I would probably take that. Storeroom, kitchen, funeral parlor. Take the kitchen. Take the kitchen. So I can actually turn you on. Just gonna let it run. Do I buy some food? Bacon and eggs. I don't have a morning room. Take a club sandwich. I have 60 steps. I don't need to eat yet. Security room, dark room, security. I'm gonna redraw those. I'm gonna redraw those. Bedroom. Ooh, a Porsche. Locksmith. The funeral parlor is the only one with a path forward. A letter has been delivered to the mailroom. I really need to find that mailroom. Okay, parlor game. Let's see what you have for me. This box contains the gems. The blue box has a true statement. The empty boxes both have true statements. So if you are true, you are empty, which means you are a lie. The empty boxes both have true statements. So if you are true, then if you are true, you are empty. However, it says both. Okay, if the white box is true, then the blue box is true. And then both empty boxes have true statements, which means both of you are empty, and you lie. However, if you lie, then this box does not contain the gems, meaning the white box can't be true. If you are not true, you are not true, and you are true, and this box contains the gems. Okay, use a key. You are currently my only path forward, aren't you? The boudoir, the storeroom, the drafting studio. That's a bummer. That's a real bummer. At least I can permanently add another room to my drafting pool. What do we have? A clock tower. Classroom. Okay, so we can just permanently add that. Tomorrow you will start with one key for each time room you draft today. Or the Dovecote. A commissioned blueprint made for Reddington Elementary. These floor plans were deployed in Mount Holly as a short-term solution to allow the curriculum to continue uninterrupted while the new school was being built. Then the clock tower costs 1 gem. Access to Mount Holly's clock tower has always been heavily restricted. Time is sacred, and any tampering of the estate's governing timepiece has never been risked. Or the Dovecote again. I'm gonna add this because rotating might be really good. And I also want to see, because of the warning, whether it is... voice cracking. Based on the wording, whether it is only if the Dovecote is in the draft, or if it is after the Dovecote has been placed. Right, I don't have any path forward, so call it a day once again. Unfortunately, did not find the mailroom. Just a simple rustic villa. Oh, I'm just thinking. I think the bunker door might open with the shelter. Because the shelter has that USV radiation reading. So I think I'm gonna attempt to find the shelter and the laboratory and make an experiment that I can trigger a lot. Tomb trading post, root cellar. Okay, root cellar it is. Please have a shovel. Does not have a shovel. Potato. There's a bunch of dig spots in here though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think the last time I checked it was 8. One of the previous attempts. Unfortunately, I need a shovel for you to be useful in any shape. But if I find a shovel, that should work very well with the kennel. Which, whenever I dig, unlocks all the doors in the room. So, finding a shovel is high priority. Closet, guest bedroom, or the den. I'll take the den. That's pin and pine, is it? Yes. You have a lock, as if I could unlock you. A keyhole, rather. Unipower pantry. Have a banana. And some coins. Stag and tag. Courtyard, nook. I'll take the chapel and then just not use it for the moment. Oh. There is a lockbox in the den. Remember that in case I find a sledgehammer. A commissary. I think that might be worth it. Please sell a shovel. You sell a sledgehammer and a shovel. Unfortunately, you can only afford one of them. But maybe I'll find some coins in here. Coins! Amazing. As if it was scripted. Is there a dig spot in here? No. Anyway. 3 gems, that is definitely worth it. The drawing room. Okay, pray and pry. I'll take the nursery. Which also doesn't have a dig spot. But a gem. Desert and the cell. A boiler room. Actually, yeah, just give me the boiler room. There's a dig spot down there. Security patio bedroom. Would have loved the laboratory. Plain and plan. Ooh, a dice. You do not have ducts. I'm gonna see if I can find the laboratory on this door. Observatory, corridor, guest bedroom, hallway, closet, funeral parlor. Well, sucks to be me, I guess. Have a pool. The garage, a nook, the funeral parlor. I'll take the nook. Not actually as many dig spots as I'd assumed it would be. Ooh, a coupon book. Exit. Yeah, no dig spot. Unfortunately, well, don't have the candle yet anyway. A secret passage, a corridor, guest bedroom. Corridor it is, which also doesn't have ducts. I'm gonna have to make a list of rooms that have ducts. Funeral parlor, spare room. I'll take a spare room. Which is very barren. Yeah. Ah, fuck, I can't afford it. I need 2 gems. So I can... Where are all my dig spots? I need 2 gems so I can draft the office. Take me the closet. That's a dice and a compass. Right. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to leave for a second. As such, yeah, I'll be right back. Right then. The hallway I can still use to get to those 2. Meaning here I have to get a room that is pointing towards the north. Which the security does if I could afford it. Well, the boudoir also does, so take that. Can't do anything with the ballerina. This is locked, which ain't great, and there was also not a dig spot. I feel kind of betrayed by the root cellar. well. Okay, again, wouldn't really have made a difference. Nothing of interest was buried here. Apparently also just not looking good enough. Right, go through this hallway, find a door that looks to the right. Like the dark room. And then it doesn't actually matter what I draft. For here. It is the kennels, actually. We have a lucky rabbit's foot. I'm still not entirely sure what this cat picture is supposed to mean. Unfortunately, you... Oh, you can pet the dog. Unfortunately, you can't pet all the dogs. Only 2 of them. You have 4 dig spots in this little thing. Amazing. Ah, I found a key. That's great. Found some coins. That's also great. And nothing, which isn't that great. Now, what I'm gonna do is go to the root cellar, because I'm already in the neighborhood, and dig up all of those spots. I really want to find the clock tower. Do I actually have any? I don't currently have any, so I'd get 1 key from the clock tower itself. The clock tower is also, if I saw that correctly, a dead end. And now, I actually want to check something. So hallways, so if there's a door, it is just a door. Now, if there's not a door, it is a through line. However, the mirror room, the chamber of mirrors, has these. So I assume that means it's doors. It actually says dead end. Do we have an actual dead end? Yeah. So here it says dead end, and the mirror room has it with in quotation marks. So I can enter it, I assume, from the 4 different directions, and if I press all the buttons, I can press probably the one in the middle or unlock something. Give me some keys, please. Coins. Coin. A turnip. An oversized turnip. A coin. Which I can't help but note is not a key. What is this? Search continues. Author and illustrator whose fanciful stories named Marion Marigold was last seen by Friday getting into a carriage after late. No sign has been found yet. Why is sign underlined? And this is Mary Epson, Marion Marigold. No, yes. Which, if I understand correctly, is the main characters or the protagonists here. Mother. Alright. I have 1 key, which gives me 1 chance to continue. Can I buy keys in the commissary maybe? I'll just check I have enough steps. I accidentally bought a compass, but then I can just buy a sword shaker. Whenever you eat food and gain steps, gain an extra step. Okay. Buy out the entire commissary. Apparently I need to stop holding shift whenever I click on something. Is there a dig spot in here? Well, I couldn't see it anyway. I do now have the kennel. Meaning I can unlock by digging. If there's an actual dig spot in the room. A greenhouse. Unfortunately, that's a dead end. So the funeral parlor it is. That should also give me 3 gems. There is no dig spot in the funeral parlor. That's a shame. Anyway, mining keep. Then the other two boxes are empty. The other two boxes are false. The white box is true. So you are false, because if you are true, and then you are false. The other two boxes are false, the other two boxes are empty. Meaning you must be true. Meaning you are false and the gems are in you. A walk-in closet, a laboratory. I'll take a laboratory. Even though I will not find... Actually, let me redraw. Because I can't power it. Security room. Chartered cart. That's different cameras. Alright, we have a pool camera. Which is kind of fucked up. Laboratory to the left. I'm actually gonna take this now because that leads me to the foundation. Yeah, you need the power. Experiment set up. Continue. When you draft a hallway from another hallway, gain 3 gold for each red room in here. Spread dirt in the driveway. Whenever you draft a shop room, whenever you spend 2 more. Whenever you draft a shop, gain 3 gold for each red room in your house. Meaning, if I draft a shop now, I get 9 gold, which ain't that bad. Now, digging here does not unlock. Yeah, no. In that case, I have to hope that the foundation just doesn't require keys today. Which is honestly rather unlikely. Locked, and you require a key card. Which I unfortunately do not have, and I don't have the breaker room to turn it off. As such, I am, once again, locked in. Right. Call it a day. Need to be more careful with my keys. Need to get more of them as well. I think I want to check for the drafting room. I also want to check for the mail room to see if the letters are permanent. But the drafting room to add more rooms to my draft pool, I would definitely appreciate. I also am kind of slacking with looking at the pictures. Or the paintings, rather. Bird. A tomb, a tool shed, or the trading post. I'll take a tool shed. That's a shovel. And a magnifying glass. I'm not sure what a groundskeeper does with a magnifying glass, but I'll take it. Alright, let's see. Please be done. Hey. Call it. Wait, I have a shovel and a magnifying glass. Right, so the kennels would be appreciated. I'll take the storeroom. Just to get me some items going. That's a stag and a tag. A door to the right, the commissary, or a hallway. I'll take a hallway. I don't think I need the commissary yet. Door to the left. A patio. Spread gems in each green room. I don't really have enough green rooms yet, but I do have a shovel. Ooh, free key. I'll take that. Dig. That's a key. Also, let me see something. That is a good soil. A turnip. Definitely take that. Bedroom, the coat check for a key card. The pantry. I'll take a bedroom. That's the car keys. So I could go for a garage, which can only be in the west wing if I'm not mistaken. The security, a corridor, or the nook. I'll take the security just to have a pathway to the north. But then I think I'll just turn around and go back to the entrance. Yeah. Right, before I continue, security, turn off. Switch the keycard system to high, and then offline mode to unlocked. I think high is actually the better option if you can either turn off the power, or have a key card. The drawing room. Pry and pry. Is there anything on this picture? It is rather prominent, but I don't really see anything. Also, I wonder who sketched him. There's the different sizes and steps. For like old people, women, gentlemen, boys, and horses. This focus on steps is rather weird to me. But it would be like the old person. Actually, the women and the old people have apparently the same step size. Then gentleman, boy, and horse. Office. I can't afford it because I don't have the gems for it. Which is, again, a slight oversight. Well, fuck me. Chapel it is. I'm not gonna enter it though, I can just go through here. A corridor? Or a closet. I'll take a closet, maybe I'll find 2 gems in it. I find 1 gem in it, and a compass. Just gonna ignore the chapel for now. The corridor. Don't really see anything on the floor. The pantry or the funeral... No, the pantry. For an apple and some coins. Road and rod. Dining room. The billiard room might give me some gems. No coin on the counter. A tier and tie. Alright, let's see. 15. The square of 4 is 16. The square of 4 is 16 divided by 8 is 2. Then the square of 3 is 9, minus 5 is 4, divided by 2 is 2. Wonderful. Is keys. I'll also take them, but I'd really, really want to check the office so I can check the emails. Funeral parlor. Get me that winding key. Let's see. The gems are in the white box. A box with false statement contains the gems. Or the statement on the white box is true. Right, so if the blue one is true, then you contain the gem. A box with a false statement contains the gems. If you contain the gem, no, if you contain the gem, then the statement must be false. But then, because you have a false statement, with the gems you become true, so you cannot contain the gems. Statement on the white box is true. So you are wrong. Again, if the white box contains the gems, then the statement on it must be false, because otherwise it couldn't contain the gems. However, if it's false, then it becomes automatically true because it contains the gems. Meaning that if this is true, it can't contain the gems, meaning you are false and you are true. If you are false, then a box with a true statement contains the gems. Meaning it's in the blue box. No, meaning it's in the white box. This is... No, so you are false. Meaning you are false. I am very confused. Right, if you are true, then the statement on the white box is true. Meaning a box with a false statement contains the... Okay, that can actually not be... And then you are false. Right, so if this is true, and you are false, you contain the gems. If this is true, you contain the gems. Garage, boudoir, West Wing Hall. I'll take the West Wing Hall. I'm really looking for the office right now. The commissary. I'll take the workshop, because it generally contains an item as well. In this case, a sledgehammer. And the letter C. Where did I write down the workshop letters? Here. The fourth letter I find is a C. Meaning I now have the workshop letters G, H, A, and C. Can I actually combine something? I have a sledgehammer, a compass and a shovel, a dowsing rod. Sure. What do you do though? While drafting, dowsing rod points towards a room that may contain more items than usual. Ah. Unfortunately, I don't think I can dig anymore. Yeah, the magnifying glass I can't really combine. Right, meaning I can now completely ignore the chapel as I originally intended. Code check, observatory, I need... Okay, the spare room contains more? Sure, let's try that. Oh, a broken lever. Unfortunately, I don't have a battery, so I can't build myself a power hammer. Why do I have 6 keys? What? Bunk room, boudoir, or the kennel. I don't have a shovel, so the kennel isn't that useful. So boudoir I go. That's grain and rain. I'd really love to take that fan. The pool costs me a gem, but I think that's fine. I wonder if dowsing rod actually plants those items. There's a key. I'm gonna go this direction first, actually. Yeah. Need a door that leads to the left. There is none. Nursery then. Get me 8 steps, grab me a lucky rabbit's foot. And is this something else? Doesn't appear to be that way. I need to try more combinations. Also, I cannot open these. I cannot open those drawers, I don't think. Also, pawn. I have a feeling, pilot and plot, that all of the pawn tiles are to do with the children. I'm gonna go to the right first. I can't dig anymore because I don't have a shovel. I'll take a dining room. Oh, a coupon book. And a gem. I don't even know what the food is for today. I'm gonna go right first. A music room, kennel, or the sauna? Yeah, I was thinking about that anyway. Hello, dog. Some coins. Chart and cart. The cat can't dig. Why are there so many? That's 5 dig spots now. The casino. I really wanted to try at some point. But I think I'll have to take the dove coat. Okay, you can only do that once. No, it is when the dove coat is in. In that case, rotate to the other side. And then take the casino and let's see if we can gamble. That's a bunch of coins, holy shit. So what do we do here? Up to 3 bonus spins. So 3 coins is 3 coins, 5 coins, 4 coins is 5 coins. Triple is 9 and 15. Lucky, each bonus spin costs 1. So it's coins to 0. The snake sets coins to 0, and the catcher is 3 coins for each snake. 4 times the crown is really good. Out of order. Broken handle. Ooh, I have a broken lever. Slots up to 5 bonus spins. Up to 3 bonus spins. So you're just a better machine. And then you are the same. So we unfortunately only have the slots, or spin a wheel for a chance to win prizes. Sure. $50 coins. If I had a bookshop, that would be amazing. Sure, spin. How do I start? How do I enter coins? Ah. Unfortunately, nothing. If I... Up to 5 bonus spins, got nothing. Well, fuck me. Crown, crown, crown. Cash out. Oh, you... Okay, yeah. So you could gamble there probably for a long time. However, I'll take the pump room. Or apparently using a hallway. No, I'll take the pump room. Just so I have the hallway if I need it for later. Can't dig, unfortunately. I don't think I need to do anything here. The utility closet. This room consists of 2 bedrooms or items for sale. Right, give me the utility closet. Turn off the key. Ooh, a battery. Unfortunately, now I don't have my broken lever anymore. That's target. That's 10 and 10. Back indicators. Still no clue what those do. Gymnasium off, garage on. Then we return. And continue to the north, I think. Sure, give me the commissary. And now I don't have gems anymore, but I have just a shitload of money. Oh, an upgrade disc. Absolutely. Okay, so there is a limited amount of things I can buy. Oh, that's a flan and a fan. That's my 44th letter. Flan and fan. So the letter missing is L. 44. L. Meaning I now have a list of letters which I have no clue how to put them together. Probably count them after this one. Like how much of each letter I have. East Wing hallway. I have 9 gems. That's a key. Please give me the office. Wine cellar, sure, why not? Some more gems. Ooh, what is this? Oh, it's a treasure map. The treasure map shows me that room. Which is, I think I've already unlocked that. The pool. Coast and coat. Do I just go to the pool? No, I'm gonna get this door unlocked. Because that way I enter the 8th rank. The veranda. And can take dinner. Ooh, a metal detector. Doesn't really help me right now. Laboratory, kitchen, bunk room. Take the laboratory because then I can just use the upgrade disc and I have a free box. All the boxes are free if you just break the locks. Alright, what can we upgrade? The Nook. So if I see that correctly, there are 2 upgrades that just upgrade the room, while the third kind of gives it additional stuff. Like this makes it into a drafting room. This just gives more keys, which is good because I run out of keys constantly. This gives Bacon and Eggs for more steps, which isn't that relevant. Or make it a drafting room, which synergizes with other rooms. So I'm gonna take that. Also, I think this third upgrade changes how the room looks, and I wanna see that. Right. Experiment. Start me an experiment. Maybe I can still do something with that. 2 or more gems drafting a room. Letter will be delivered to the main room whenever drafted away from another. Each time you find some trash while digging. I'm gonna take, whenever I spend 2 or more, a letter will be delivered to the mailroom. I still need to find the mailroom again. But maybe. Haven't found the office yet. A locker room, spread keys throughout the house. Gymnasium, dark room. I'll take the gymnasium and just never enter it. Actually, the gymnasium is turned off, so it's fine. That's wheat and heat, I think. A foyer. Hallway doors are always unlocked. Actually, yeah, take me that. Lord William Epson. Baron Thomas Sinclair. Major Nicholas Key IV. Coin purse first, so I get more coins. J.R.E. Yenna. Baron Edwin Sinclair. Count Isaac Gates crown. Very fitting. And you really want me to go through this wall? Unfortunately, I cannot. Baron Thomas Sinclair, Major Nicholas Key IV. This, I feel like I should be able to do something with these statues. Count Isaac Gates. There were... So, if I check, there were in the office, there is the list of books to buy, which is The Flight of the Queen, which is probably, looking at the crown, her. But I don't think I can do anything with it. March of the Count, which is he. This was also written in black, meaning you are special. If that has anything to do with you. Fall of the Lord, which is you, Lord William Epson. I don't think I can push you over though. Passing of the Barons, which are Baron Thomas and Baron Edwin Sinclair each. And then Herrings or Hearings of the Major. So, a Major Key 4. I think I probably can do something in here at some point if I figure that out. But I'm not sure yet. Regardless, we return. Can go through the dinner place. Is that? No, wait. That's just from the experiment. Okay. And grab us some dinner. Which is fish. I don't have an aquarium. I don't intend to draft one. Right, to the foundation and continue on. Use a key. The cloister does have just 4 pathways. And the letter has been delivered to mailroom. There is apparently some way to get in there. Which if I... Now this is Orinda. Which apparently is one of the angels. I'm gonna actually check out these columns if there's a button anywhere. Because if I can get somehow in there, that seems important. Aha. Now Orinda... Oh, Orinda has the arm upwards. Which I'm gonna write down for the tomb, if I find my notes for the chapel again. Arm for the tomb. The arm is up. Unless I can... I cannot move it. There's a... What is this? Ooh, allowance token. And a note. Wait, what is this? CXET. Mr. Nagila, if you're reading this, it seems the day has finally come and the cloister is at long last getting some much overdue maintenance. I have left you a literal token of appreciation to serve as positive reinforcement, which should grant you a bit of extra spending money each day while working on the estate. We have learned from our dealings with your predecessor that it is much cheaper in the long run to be generous. Yeah, so about that, I don't think he got that. It is the one in front of her that you can open. CXET. Cloister. On statue. CXET. Not entirely sure what that means though. I should also, while I'm here, check the pool. Which was shown to me on a treasure map. This looks like the spot. Now to find someone to... yeah. I do not have a shovel. Because I made it into a dowsing rod. Please give me a mailroom. Redraw me that. Locksmith Rumpus Room Conference Room. That gives me some options moving forward. As well as a banana. Pens, never looked at this table. Tie, okay, time and tie. Courier, I'll take the courier. Actually no, I'll take the terrace. Do you have a shovel for me? Does not appear that way. You do have a gem. But no shovel, unfortunately. Ooh, the office. Finally. Letter has been delivered to the mailroom. I just need to find the mailroom now. Let me check the emails. Who is writing me all that much? Alright. Terminal log. First off, spread gold around the estate. Also, I think it is Monday, so run the payroll. Log into network. That was Swan Song. Then electronic mail. Okay. Let's see. From Babage next week on November 1st, 6:12. Sir, you have not left me any instructions for the following week, and you know how much I hate leaving critical plans up until the last minute. As soon as you decide on definite plans for the holidays, please pass a message on to me, either through Hartley, who is validating for you this week, or if you absolutely insist, through this confounded electronic typewriter. DC power, re fuse box repair. On October 8th, Gabe, yes, that is the correct functionality. Also, when you're out here next week, please test the correct sequence is off, blue, green, white, red, purple. Thanks for the due diligence on this project, HS Sinclair. Blue, green, white, red, purple. For the fuse box repair. Office. No, that's a mail room. Office emails. Fuse box repair. Yes, that is the correct functionality. Also, when you're out here next week, please test that the correct sequence is off, blue, green, white, red, purple. Are those the VAC? I'll have to check that. Off, blue, green, white, red, purple. best for last. Then, MC changes to the estate. Dear Herbert, we just want to let you know that the changes you requested to you will have been implemented and authorized. If your premonition, God forbid, should bear fruit, rest assured that your plans will be executed down to the last detail. McGear, McKinley, and McDougall. And lastly, refuse books repair. That's the previous one. The VAC indicator lights and cell instructions have been turned on. However, it should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. If this is not the desired function, let us know and we will fix it in our regular service visit next week. Okay. So there is not directly any codes given. However, I have the utility closet open. Meaning I could go there, and I think I actually just straight up will also take me all those coins. Yes, thank you, metal detector. Do I still have a metal detector? Yeah. Okay, so I found another metal detector. I have a lot of coins. How do I best get to the... Okay. To the right, then through the foundation, left the dining room, to the right again. There's something in here. Oh, a key. Through the canals. Pump room, and then to the utility box. So. Interesting. So, can I not turn them purple? If they share the same color? No. Okay. I'm gonna have to... If I press on blue, it goes to gray. Gray goes to green, to red. If it's gray... How do I get... If it's green and press it goes to blue. If it's red and I press it goes to purple. So, I have to set them all to red. So, set you to red. Set you to red. Red, 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 red. But how do I sync? Okay, so now they're all synced to purple. Meaning I can now see the white one. That means I now need to set it to off. Blue, green, white, red, purple. Off, blue, green, okay, meaning I first need to sync it, then set the white one. Okay, I'll set you to red. Purple, then this one needs to be white. This one needs to be red. This one needs to be purple. So I set you to red, then you red. You need to be green. You need to be blue, and you need to be off. Something new. Okay, so my idea with the shelter was wrong. Is that a gem cave? Gemstone Cavern has been permanently starting to start each day, new day with 2 gems. Amazing. Lovely. I'm gonna go in there tomorrow just to see if there is other stuff in there as well. Then... Commissary. Can I buy something in the commissary still? Only a key. In which case, just buy me them. Okay, back to the cloister. To the left to the office. This is probably the single biggest house I've ever built in the game. Yeah, that is definitely the camera he uses in the photo as well. A door to the right, please. Actually, give me the study. Actually, yeah, give me the study, because there was the hint with the ladders, if I recall correctly. Empty picture frames. Anything out the window? Doesn't appear that way. Of all the rooms in the house, yeah, that's the paintings. That's the dual paintings. 44 letters in the message. And in the entrance room, it's always face and ace. However, what to do with those? Also, these picture frames are just empty. Oh, that's not good. That's a different one. Meaning... I have... That's a picture set I haven't seen yet. Wait. We have something that's unused. There was unused combinations. Snack and sack, crowd and crow, sting and sink, love and love. Snack and sack. You are a chart. You are a box or a crate. Like, this is stocks. Or like a trend. But what has that to do with the box? And also, that means that I have more letters than I should have. Because none of the ones I have are in the unused category. Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 21, 23, 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. I have 44 letters already. Unless the face and ace doesn't count, but... I also wouldn't really... I can't really see how those two pictures... What could they be? Like, the left is definitely like a crate, a box, some storage. But I don't think either of those... Like, what could I add to box or remove from box? If I remove from box, I have two options. I have BO and I have OX, which both do not relate to the chart at all. from the crate. Oh, maybe it's a raid. Otherwise, Krat doesn't make any sense. Kate doesn't make any sense. Cray doesn't make any sense. CRTE also not really. Storage. I also don't see how you would. So I guess that would be crate and raid. But then I have too many letters again. Which would be a C difference and would be my 45th letter. Nothing on the back side I can see, is there? No. So what would be the difference here? We would have G, T, D, R, and N. G, T, D, R, N. That also doesn't really spell anything. We do have a chessboard with a black king on D8. For all the rooms of the house, we need them produced in sets of 2, a pair for each room. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm thinking. I'm likely delusional to think this can be pulled off by Thursday. Craft, small mile, vile, viral, coat, cat, cold, old, study, acre, face, ace, lace, beard, bard. And here's the Black King. That doesn't get me any further. And I have too many letters. Meaning that I may actually have to remove some of the letters. This is the same for the safe. Oh, those are different busts, aren't there? You're the maid. No, you're the. Were you the count? You were the major, I believe. You're the queen, I think. That's Sinclair himself. Alright, I am now confused as to the letters. But I assume I'll get some hint at some point on how to proceed there. So this is the last room I can make, so I'll take the sauna just to have more steps. Would love the freezer right now. Oh, another key. So that's everywhere I can go. Meaning I'm gonna, since I do have some items right now, I'm gonna check if I can get to the... I can definitely get to the gem cave because I can't just go through the basement. I thought it's limited to 44 letters, but either one of them is wrong, which could very well be the case, in which case I'd have to find out which one is wrong, or that's the other option. The face and ace doesn't count because it's the example, which is very much possible. Or there are more letters that you can get, but not all of them are used. Let's check out the gem cave. Still not clear how to get through there. Also, there was a pretty fucking massive door for a cave. Okay, then again there's gems in there, so... Here's the last of the equipment for the new mine. I don't think we're gonna need more than this, especially if we're gonna limit excavation to 2 stones per day. I was told by the engineer that getting greedier than it might risk the structural integrity of the cave wall, so I suppose we'll have to adhere to his expert opinion, at least for now. He managed to remove all but 1 minecart from the old tunnels, 2 of which were too rusted and worn down to be of any use to us up here, so they went ahead and made the call to scrap them. I'm not sure that the foreman is going to be too happy about that, but hopefully you can smooth it over. Now, there is still one more cart down there, but it's locked on a short track and it's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. It's a little bit awkward because it's blocking a passage, so it's just someone move it from the other side if they can get over there. The boss informed us that if there are 2 other ways into the site from that side, but I think we're gonna leave that for someone else to finish up if the old mine really wants it done. Which the 2 other ways... that's the last of the gas lines. So I can check that out as well right now. If there actually... Oh yeah, there is something happening. That looks to be an elevator of some kind. That apparently requires a key, which I don't think I have. I cannot take any more of the gemstones. Which those are actually rather large compared to the ones I have. Right, so I can move the minecart from the other side, which means I need to get in through the fountain or the tomb. Or I drain the reservoir somehow. Which might be possible if I link the boiler room, which can power it, and I think that would allow me to use the reserve tank. That's only conjecture at the moment, and I do not know whether it's true. Okay, I do not need a key, that's great. I do love this kind of, like, glass elevator with which you can look outside, especially if it's on the outside of a house or of a large building. Oh, this is actually the walks we have seen. Scripts and Rudford Mining Company Excavation Department. Foreman's log 3 dates the 7th of February or the 2nd of July 1915. From how it's written, I think it's the 2nd of February. As our client, Thomas Sinclair, suspected, the arches that were visible from the south cliff were part of a much longer arcade carved into the rock face. Last week, when our crew first arrived, only 2 supporting pillars were visible, but after only a few days of clearing vines, moss and dirt, we have uncovered a dozen more. Our exploration so far has been limited and entirely superficial, as every shaft we've surveyed has ended abruptly and every promising path leading deep into the mountain has been blocked by tunnels packed tight with soil, rock and debris. This site is either much older than we first assumed, or someone deliberately had these chambers buried. I would probably fall down the second I try walking there. I would just absolutely smash myself out these windows. What are you? You are chest figures. Do I have to count how often you appear in each room? Or how often you appear in total? 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Chest figures. Figures we have the pawn. We have the horse. The bishop. The rook. Fun fact, in Germany the thing's just called tower. The queen. which I believe is this one, and then the... No, this is the queen, isn't it? And that's the king. Yeah, with the cross on top. Queen and king. And now we kind of have to, I assume, count how often they appear. However, this is the layout of his house, so this was definitely placed by Sinclair, I'm pretty sure. Anything on the outskirts here? Doesn't appear that way. That looks like a door. Foreman's copy, not removed from sight. Realm and Sigils of the Past and Present by Prof. R. Willard. Fen Arias, Robert Burton Sons, 1905. Okay, if the first era found either of a natural... might not be... Historically speaking, sigils are not a new tradition. They have been found in every era and every culture and predate both written text and heraldic arts. However, today when we use the term sigil, we are referring specifically to realm sigils, those crude circular marks of designation found on real artifacts, buildings, and older documents. This book was written to make simple the understanding of these fascinating glyphs and to clearly display the correlation between each sigil and the iconography of the realm's royal art. How is the image of a leafless burning tree seen in geometric lines, and what does that tell us of a kingdom's history? Each line, each circle, and each variation tells the story of the land. Even with the adorned borders around the sigils have special meanings. The sigil. To understand the realm sigil, we must first dismantle a symbol, identify the individual elements that make up the whole. Each sigil is composed of four things. Right, the core, the dividing lines, the moats, and the border. The core. Well, fuck me, I guess. At the center of each sigil is a unique shape, different for each realm. If the core gives us a name, then the rest of the test tells us the history behind that name. Still, it is important to be able to identify and distinguish the core as a first step in deciphering any sigil, as all the other parts are meaningless if we don't first know the place we are describing. Right. So I think the top one is Orinda. The second one I think is Fen Arias, or Fen. And then the third one is Arias. The fifth one is Arias. I'm just gonna try and note that down as far as I can. Sigils, because those do appear now and then. So I am not good at art. I'm just gonna try and note that down for me. So this is Orin. Assumptively Orinda. Then we have just a pentagram, pentagon. For starting with FE. Then we have like a sandwatch timepiece starting for ER. That looks like a heart. Starting with CO. That could be an R or an N, but I think it's an R. And then we have like this weird mountain for AR. And I'm gonna make this sigil again. Next page. The rays. So we have multiple different types of rays, however, I can't see anything here. Okay. Wavy lines are used to indicate extreme heat. A scorched and blazing sun causes the otherwise straight rays to appear shimmering. A rainy realm is indicated with rays of 3 vertical lines pouring down. For more extreme stormy weather, jagged lightning shade ray is used. A ray dotted with falling circles is used for colder realms in which snow is a common occurrence. And then windy weather is displayed in sigil by use of bent curved lines, rays buckling under high winds. Right. Sigil, that's the... what was it called? The core. And then the rays. The number of rays I assume is not relevant then. So that is heat. 3 next to each other is rainy. And then the jagged line is stormy. Dotted line is snowy. And then the bent line is windy. Okay. The motes. On each sigil floating between the rays are small figures called motes. Used on sigil, we can tell the type of society given realm proclaimed, if they consider themselves mighty in arms or blessed by artistic or economic future. Right. Motes. What do we have? That's just like an asterisk. Tribal. Primitive. If this is useless and it's just like law, I'm gonna be mad. Agricultural. Then we have, that looks like stalactites. Or like fangs, martial. Then... is that literally just a picture of a building? Metropolitan. Three lines, academic. Industrial. Spiritual. And a poetic, which is like a flower. And the border around each sigil is an adorned edge serving as a container for the information within. There are 8 different borders, each one corresponding to a different color. These borders always correspond to the banner and national colors of that specific realm. Okay. Border color. Border. So basically we have small dot, big dot, small dot, big dot, small dot, big dot for black. Then we have weird squiggly lines. For red. I should probably just take a picture of this, I'm gonna be honest. Violet. That's like a gear, honestly, for pink. Then just straight lines for green. Okay, zigzag for yellow. Triangles for, what is this, orange? And then just empty dots for white. Alright. Putting it all together by studying the core, rays, motes, and border of the sigil. Banners, martial, fog. Behind what had previously been an undecipherable enigma. So this would be martial, red, and fog. Martial for... okay, so for the raise, I think. And I think that's on the page that has been ripped out. That this sign here means fog. Which, if it is here, might be more relevant. And then this is for, I guess, Fen. Right, there are 4 additional ones here that I can't read. Okay. Can I go further? I cannot. So, path forward, the chess figures. Moving the minecart. However, for that I need a basement key. Finding out how I can undo the freezer. So I can grab whatever key and note is in there. Mail room letters. Which requires me to find a mailroom and a laboratory and an experiment that delivers letters to the mailroom, unless the letters are still in the mailroom on the day afterwards, which I kind of doubt. Right, what I have to do shit. Right, in that case, call it a day. I have 10 allowance now, so that went up a little bit, which is also good. And now I'm gonna look for these sigils, which should be around. A garden chateau. This is actually a rather large one. I assume the sigils are round. And then have these things in there. So I assume that's Orinda, Fen, no clue about the second and about the third and fourth, and then the last one I assume is Arius. Grab my allowance. And now I'm gonna look for the sigils whenever I remember to do so. Do I have a blessing? No. Alright, outdoor room, what do we get? Trading post, shrine and tomb. I'll take the shrine. Confirm. I wonder how much you can put on the blessing of the general. After you draft a red room, if you have at least 5 different ranks containing red rooms, gain 5 diamonds. Okay, interesting. That does give me incentive to draft red rooms in the various ranks. Meaning I want one in the first 5, definitely. A red room in each of the first 5, definitely. That makes it... the funeral parlor makes that easier. Because it's just basically a free red room. Take me to spare room. Anything in here? Doesn't appear that way. Take me the kitchen. I can't really buy anything right now, but that's fine. Next, the funeral parlor. I'm gonna just set that up and then leave, try and get a red room in this area in the first rank. So that's a no. Storeroom. Also, I forgot. Count the chess figures. I have my first pawn. No chess figure in here. There is no chess figure in the spare room. The kitchen. does similarly not have a chess figure. Unless I am extremely blind. Like more so than originally thought. I'm not gonna do the parlor right now. The parlor has a pawn. However, that's a black pawn. So I'm gonna count those separately. The black horse, the black bishop, the black rook, queen, and king. So that's black, and that's up top is white. And we do have one black pawn, alright. That's really disappointing. Thankfully I don't really have any coins. Are those new? Those feel new, so that's a white bishop. Take the den. Which the den has a white pawn. The bedroom. Can't really afford anything at the moment. The bedroom does have, I believe, a white pawn, yes. And a coin purse. Hallway. Go to the left, see if we can find a door leading to the left. Like another, I'll actually take the pantry there. The hallway did not have a chess figure. The pantry also appears to not have a chess figure. I thought you go to the left. Apparently I was mistaken. I should have opened them out. The dining room. Sure. I will return. Go to the right. Corridor, the reading nook. Yeah, corridor. Which the corridor also does not have a chess figure. Reading nook, low leading to the left. Take it. The reading nook has a rook. A white rook, to be precise. But nothing else. Okay, now you should give me the library as an option, right? Yeah. However, I'll take the dark room. Take the dark room. Which I don't remember if this one has a chess figure, and I'd probably need a closet to figure that out. Okay, this is kind of funny because that shows me this is a dead end. Take this one. Please be a door to the right. Nope, you are also a dead end. And you do not have a chess figure. Also cannot turn on the water. Cannot turn the water on. This one. Okay, that's a little closet. Which do you have? You do not appear to have a chess figure inside. Alright, the next rank. I now have 2 ranks with 2 dark rooms, red rooms each, instead of... Oh, a salt shaker. Instead of this sensible thing of the red rooms split over the different ranks. The boudoir. The boudoir does have a queen, I think, wasn't it? Or does it have any? And here I thought all of the rooms have a chess figure, but apparently I was massively mistaken. Right, I don't see a chess figure. And those chess figures aren't small, so could be in the safe. Give me the gymnasium. I should have enough steps that it doesn't matter. Use a key. The West Wing Hall. Or the billiard room. Take the West Wing Hall. Also the gymnasium. No chess figure either. The West Wing hallway, no chess figure. Everything is fucking locked. The library. The library. Does the library have a chess figure? Not here. Is there actually... This is just the records, I believe. Upgrade discs and red letters. So those are actually recorded as well separately. Don't see a chess figure. My first climb ticket for a sledgehammer. Top 3 checked items. Favorite floor plans. I do like the shrine, I'm not gonna lie. Contraptions I've made. So this is actually... Okay. A stamp collection? Largest purchase. Upgrade this for 14 gold. Okay, I need to check the magnifying glass. Most of it... Yeah, I don't like the dead ends. Classroom, highest grade 2. So this actually does count itself. That does count how high of a classroom you build. I see a gem. I do not see a chess figure. Could loan a book, but don't really need to. Alright, that was the reading one. Rain and grain. God damn it, everything is locked. The showroom. I can't afford anything in the book room. Okay, so I would really like to see the showroom, but I do want to see if the letters are here. No longer without I don't have a magnifying glass. What do we have here? Utility room fuse box. More detailed instruction will be sent by electronic mail to the address client has provided. Press any button above to activate blue. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. So I should have read that the last time I was here. I didn't. It does not seem like the letters are here. Oh, they are. Simon P. Jones. There are a bunch of letters. Okay. So this is going to be a reading session. Simon P. Jones, Mount Holly. This is the one. No. Hey buddy, how's it going up there in the big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. I imagine you're happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate with the exploration and opportunities for adventures that present themselves each day. As I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. I wanted to post this letter before we depart tomorrow so that it has a chance to arrive during the first few days on the estate, but with all the preparations I'm not sure I'm going to find the time. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier for me to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Oh, saying I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you. And I know from our conversations just how much happiness this fun project brought him. So do both of us a favor, be excited. The house really is amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer you before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliché expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator. Dad. P.S. Get some sleep each night and don't spend all your time each day playing the Digiblocks, which is the arcade. Okay, next letter. Simon, my name is Randolph Moore. I'm the lead lab technician at Sync, and I've worked here at Mount Holly for over a decade. I was thrilled to discover you have found our humble lab and have begun to run some experiments of your own. I tend to keep an eye on the small spikes in radiation levels on the estate, as it's one of the only ways I can monitor your progress from the outside. All off-site connections to determine the network have been disabled during your stay. There has been much speculation among the staff about the progress you've been making in the house, and they were all quite excited when I reported they have been successfully running experiments. I wanted to write to you to let you know that even though you may not see us, we are rooting for you. Best of luck on the experiments, and if you like, I'll continue sending letters with some helpful tips for you. Which, if I see that correctly, it's always SKR6789. Hey Simon, it's Randolph again. It's my last letter. I mentioned the terminal network, but it completely slipped my mind to give you the network password so that you can log into it. Even with all off-site connections disabled, you should still be able to use the local network to access different house-based functions from any terminal, regardless of where it is located on the estate, which you will likely find very useful. The network password is Swan Song. Happy hunting. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, if I see that correctly, it is always SKR6789. So 9 up, then 3 up. Simon, not sure if you paid too much attention to the machine in the booth or not, but I figured I could save you some frustration if you've been fooling with it. This contraption is the central control for the power lines that run externally from the house. In the past, we've served as an emergency power source for the local community, as we have modest hydroelectric capabilities with the steam turbine. If you want to use it, you'll need to first turn on the turbine in the boiler room and utilize our steam ducts to connect the turbine to the lab. This isn't required, of course, and I can't think of any reason in which you'd have to use the boiler to reach room 46, but be free to play around with it should you feel inclined to experiment. So these are hints. In case it's useful to you, here's a rough diagram of the steam duct system. Due to the ever-changing nature of the rooms on the estate, we ended up building the duct system to be quite flexible, and if you look along the ceiling of many rooms, you'll find many of them have been outfitted with steam ducts. As long as you align these rooms together, an uninterrupted string power can be transferred from room to room, even if the boiler room and its intended destination are on opposite sides of the house. Right. However, finding which rooms do have the ducts is difficult. Simon, let me know if I'm writing you too much. I've never been too good at gauging where the line of impropriety is, and for all I know, maybe the help I'm offering you with these letters is unwanted. Maybe you're perfectly fine without my help. It's been a bit of a moral quandary for me as I've written these, as I'm fairly certain your uncle didn't want us to assist you on your quest. Still, if it was that important, I have to believe he'd have the foresight to specifically instruct us not to interfere. Nothing ever deterred him from that level of supervision in the past, and after working inside him for over a decade, I like to at least imagine that we were friends and that I knew him well. In conclusion, I think he would have found the level of help I have offered well within the acceptable range. I haven't spoken much about him since his departure, and I know you didn't know him that well, but as soon as you're ready, I'm going to have plenty of stories to tell. He was a fearless businessman with the greatest respect for invention. Of all the laboratories I've worked in, I can tell you Mount Holly was a gem, and I'm hoping that we can continue that work once you've taken up the reins. But I won't get a help of myself. We still have to find the 46th room. Okay, so those were in fact hints of a kind. Now, tomorrow I'll get a package which might include some important items. To the gymnasium. Lose 2 steps. The bunk room, the code check, the observatory, all of them do not lead me further. So the kennel it is. Deer and tiger. There's the dog missing from here. Where'd the dog go? Mechanarium. How many do I have? I have none. Which means I'll take the passageway just to make sure I can continue on. So you do have ducts. God fucking damn it. Well, so much for that then. That's a call it a day then. And I think I'll actually have to write down which rooms have ducts. But a room that has ducts, I think, always... I just realized counting the pawns doesn't... Counting the chest figures doesn't really help me. Because I'd count them new every day. That sucks. Okay. Should I write down the rooms with the ducts? Not sure. Like, it is December now, isn't it? Grab my allowance. Go for the outdoor room. Trading post, schoolhouse, shelter. I'll take that. I do want to see... So you do have the radiation thing. The radiation monitor. Which currently is low. 0.12. The time lock safe isn't relevant because I've opened it already once, and I have the ladder. That's a bunch of food. So now I need to find the... Actually, let me read that again with the radiation thing. A measurement of the radiation levels detected in the house and surrounding grounds. These readings are often spiked by the experiments conducted in Mount Holly's laboratory. If the reading is 12 USV or high, emergency protocol will initiate and all doors in the house will automatically unlock. So, if I find the laboratory early for experiments, that should allow me to unlock all the doors in the house. Which in turn means I don't have to use the keys. I hope. But again, just conjecture also. Canes, birds, a lamp, chairs. I honestly do kind of like this entrance hall. I don't know if I've ever stepped on marble. Okay, take the funeral parlor. Which... the first three drafted. Which is a bit of a bummer because the funeral parlor would not cause me any harm anyway, because I do not intend to ever not get that puzzle right. Take the security. There's nothing special here. Can of coffee. Dark room. So now we have two. Is there a chess figure in here though? I don't see one. Ooh, a lockpick set. Right, then continue on. A hallway. the spare room, which does unfortunately not contain an item. I'll take the walk. Oh, the mail room. Your package has been delivered. Brass compass, a sleeping mask, and keys. Right. Take it. 2 keys, which together with lockpick kit might hopefully mean I can go through most rooms. Otherwise, I think I have just already checked through all of this. Alright then. Storeroom pantry. I think I'll take the pantry, go to the left. The chapel, that's on rank 3. Lovely. And I'm sheltered. Unfortunately, that is the last I'm sheltered from. Commissary, storeroom, guest bedroom. Take me to storeroom. A coin, a gem, and a key. And there is a pawn in here on rank 2. And there's a bishop in rank 3. However, the chess figures are dependent on what rooms I draft, so I don't think I can just draw conclusions from that. So you give me the library. Do I just want to go to the left? Actually, it's to the right. I'm gonna take the hallway. Can I draft the West Wing Hall only in the West Wing? I have never paid attention to that, but it would be interesting to know. I'll take the ladies' chambers. I did not yet have the boudoir or the walk-in room. So you are a vault key, 304. I really need to go check out the vault at some point. For that I need 3 gems. That is Lord Epson, I believe, and Lady Epson. Ooh, an upgrade disc. And then I don't have the key yet for the diary. Right, that is one of the sigil symbols, which is the one I believe that starts with ER. Then that is a picture of the Lady Epson, I believe. There's nothing on the backside. There is nothing on this backside either. A ballerina. This is the same one as in the boudoir, I believe. And this is the spiral. Does it never end? Which I think I saw already once. So, with the deposit key boxes, I think I want to go to the vault to see if that is relevant to the vault itself, or if that's to the story itself, or if that's just basically just to get some items. Walk-in closet. The mechanarium does not have any openings yet. If I take this, unfortunately, I will lock myself in on this side, and the security is the only way I can. I think I'll do it anyway. Running shoes. Get me 3 gems. A key and 2 further gems. This is a different lady. Plot and pilot. Alrighty then. The running shoes can prevent me from losing steps, if I recall correctly. Yes, they can. Alright, security then. What do we have? Locksmith, commissary, furnace. Has to be the commissary so I can continue. Day 26, 20 and 21. I think we are over that. Sledgehammer, metal detector, salt check. I'll take a sledgehammer for now. I don't think I need to buy gems currently, considering I still have 6. I'll take a billiard room. I don't think I need to check the office right now. No coin on the counter, unfortunately. Alright, 9. 16 divided by 2 is 8. 7, 4, 40, 20. 16, 11, 22, 2. A silver key. Unfortunately, I don't think that works for the Ladyship's Diary. However... yeah, I'll have... no, wait, I can't take the secret passage and then just use a... so, I'd want a hallway for many a room. Yeah. Just checking, are there any items here? That's a fire and a fur. No items. So you should be a hallway. The Aquarium Great Hall. Or the corridor. I'm gonna take the Great Hall. I'm just gonna move through it. Oh, so this is always at the end, okay. Get me a silver key. Oh, I could use the... right, I'm gonna use the conference room here. No. The archives, the waiting room. I'm gonna use the conference room. I just realized I can just try the lockpick kit. You can't pick this one. Or you don't seem to be able to pick this one. You can pick this one. Ooh. Very nice. Chart and current. Can't pick this one. Can't pick this one. So I still have to guess. Or I continue. That's a key card. That's a normal one. I forgot to change the keycard thing. Okay, here I can continue with the East Wing Hall. Still looking for the vault. Lockpick kit? Goddammit. The servants' quarters. How many bedrooms do I currently have? 1, 2, so that's 3 keys. The servants' quarters could also, however, contain a note or something. 1, 2, 3. Mr. Ruta, Mrs. Babbage has told me that you will be overseeing network maintenance over the next few weeks while I will be gone, and I apologize. Really, the guy who does network maintenance is called Ruta? Okay. I believe I will be back in Reddington by the middle of February, but even that is not a certainty. Either way, I do not anticipate there will be any major issues while I'm gone, as the difficulties we were having last month with the terminal connection seems to be resolved. If there is an emergency and you will find yourself having to enter the central server site, I have set up you with a temporary admin key to allow you access to network administrative controls. First 4 letters of your last name, followed by first initial. The first and 5th character should be capitalized. If you have any questions, please let me know in the next few days before my departure. Admin network for the terminal. Admin access to for the terminal. First 4 letters of your last name. The first and 5th character should be capitalized. So that would be R-O-U-T. And then the initial admin. R-O-U-T. T, and then the last letter. Letter would be Rota's first name initial, followed by first initial. Which means I need to find out what his... Oh, the other way around. R-U-O-T. And then the first letter of his... the fifth letter is his first... capitalized. So I need to find out what he is called like. What his name is. There are 12 major keys. That is true because it's on a green memo. Green memo. 12 major keys. Which I know I have found the silver. And I have found the prism key. I haven't found any other major keys yet, I don't think. Or at least I don't remember. Then, what else do we have? Sand and Ant, master bedroom, the ladyship's bedroom, guest bedroom, nursery, bunk room, and the boudoir. Ooh, a shovel. Not sure this should be in here, but... Well, it's a servant's quarters, isn't it? Can't interact with the drawers. What do we have here? Hartley, I know we spoke off after stay, and I don't think there's anything I can say of the past 40 years that I haven't already attempted to tell you numerous times in the past. Half-stated gratitude always interrupted with tactful and polite repudiations from you. I'd always known that this final letter could give me the perfect opportunity to finally express myself uninterrupted by you and unfettered by social graces, but I don't feel the inclination to say aloud what has always been unsaid between us. With my passing, I release you from your post and service to the Sinclair family and implore you to live the remainder of your years on your own terms, as scary and unfamiliar of a concept as that may be to you. Besides, I think a more junior valet would be better situated to meet the needs of young Master Simon. To that end, if you wish, you may stay on long enough to oversee the training and establishment of your successor in the post, but as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instructions for you to quit must be satisfied. Ignoring what I imagine your objections might be after reading this, I've decided to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. My lawyers have all the details of the gift and will be contacting you shortly about the particulars. For the past 4 decades you have served willingly as the subject and victim to my many whims, games, riddles, and so rest assured, unlike my nephew, you will not be put to yet another challenge to prove yourself worthy in this matter. The house is yours without strings or stipulations. I had for a time gleefully entertained the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new resident, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her. Until we meet again, my friend, Herbert. That is nice to see that he actually leaves something to his butler. I assume it is his butler, looking at this room. So, the butler is called Hartley, or well, the main servant, I assume. There was something about Hartley's rooms in, I believe, the office emails. So I may have to check for that again. I can go upwards. Right. I'll take the drawing room, because that may allow me to redraw into the vault. Coast and coat. Redraw. Observatory, maid's chambers, and the corridor. I'll actually take James' maid's chambers here to see. Right, this is Miss Babbage. There is, I assume that's the staff. But you look like a valet, you look like you'd be Mr. Hartley. I assume this is Miss Babbage. Wash basin. Uh, candle. Wasn't there a small statuette of the maid angel? With the words M-I, with the letters M-I-L-A. I'm pretty sure there was in this room. But I can't see it now. Laboratory. That does allow me to continue upwards to the north. Otherwise I'd be locked in. Laboratory it is. Oh right, I have the upgrade disc, so I definitely want to do that. Upgrade disc. Let's see what we get. The storeroom. Assumption. More items, special items, or something else. Storeroom, plus 2 keys, plus 1 diamond, or 10 coins. That is a large number of coins. I am, however, not too impressed actually with these upgrades. I think I do get 10 coins every day just from my allowance, and I can increase that still. So, instead, I think I'll take the diamonds. And another upgrade disc. For the guest bedroom. Plus 10 steps, plus 20 steps. Hidden effect of a random bedroom in your draft pool? It's the guest. Okay. I do like that. It's instead of the guest bedroom, it's the guest bedroom, the quest bedroom, or the geist bedroom. I like that. Hidden effect of a random bedroom in your draft pool. If you enter any chamber today, add $2 to your allowance. Okay. So that would be the way to increase my allowance permanently. However, is the allowance that relevant? If you have a tomb on the estate today, gain an additional 4 dice. So that is a total of 6 dice if I have the tomb, which would be a lot of rerolling. And I think I'll take that. Like, the allowance is great, but I don't know if I ever need all that much coin. Alright, start me an experiment. Because I can also, with the experiments app, increase my allowance. Like, permanently add 1 gold. Each time you unlock a bar pass, next time in terms. Whenever you draft a shop room. Shop room. Get me into the network. Swan song. So, if I enter the admin key there, I should get more options? Right, staff services, punch, staff announcement, request schedule change, special orders. Place the special orders. I completely forgot that is a possibility. Magnifying glass. Yes, 1 to 2 days, that's fine. Completely forgot I can do that. Staff services, punch in and out is done. Staff announcement. Request schedule change has been temporarily disabled. Punch in out is also temporarily disabled. Then remote terminal access, electronic mail requires in the office. Data transfers not currently available. I think that might actually be opened by the underground, yeah, by the admin key. Right, remote terminal access. I think I have security and shelter. View state inventory, keycard system, log into network. State inventory, 1 fruit and 10 coins I've left lying around. Okay. That's a fan and a flan. Do we have an active Bunsen burner? That's dangerous. Right then. Please be a boiler room. Should have used the lockpick kit. It is not a toilet boiler room. Boudoir. Maybe you should have taken the archives. Okay, so the running shoes triggered right now, even though I did not enter a room. There has been... even though I did not travel long distance here. So I assume it either triggers regularly after a specific number of steps, or it is random. Hose and house, pet the dog, have some shovel. The showroom. I've never been in that, so I'll take it. Your allowance has been raised. Alright, it's a shop room. So I could buy stuff here. A moon pendant. If you call it day while wearing the moon pendant, you will start tomorrow with 2 of the items in your inventory. Okay. The master key opens all normal doors, costs 80. Everything here is fuck as expensive. Holy shit. Emerald bracelet, you do not have to pay the gem costs of floor plans or a compass. While drafting, you may rotate the first 3 floor plans you draw. Is there anything in here that could help me with the lore? It's the compass. That's bat and boat. Okay, this shit is way too expensive for me. So maybe I should have actually increased my allowance a little bit more. Office. Library. I cannot get to the antechamber because I haven't, I have the Great Hall, so that's the east lever, which is not the direction I want. The west lever is in the secret garden. So, unfortunately, I don't think we will be able to enter the antechamber today. In which case, I'd prefer using more rooms. Kitchen, freezer. That was stupid because I have once again not looked at the map I'm choosing. However, more allowance. And don't say I will pick this lock. Gymnasium. Sure, give me 5 diamonds. Which unfortunately doesn't really help me. I don't think I can continue, except I can use the Great Hall and maybe get me another allowance increase, which should be at 12 now? Yes. Right, so to the Great Hall I go. Still kind of wondering why the statue isn't here. Alright, then open you. No lever. Open you. No lever. Open. I don't have keys. Fuck. Observatory, courtyard, utility closet, observatory. That at least gives me a star. Dead-end rooms are more common today. Thankfully, that doesn't really actually matter anymore because I already can't place any more rooms. I also don't have a key card. Right. Call it a day. The Red General has not been as useful as I'd hoped it would be. And I'm now also out of drink. Still haven't seen the cloakroom. Still haven't seen the dovecote. I should probably try and draft those. I should probably generally look for rooms I haven't drafted yet. Like the attic I haven't drafted. There are some hallways I haven't drafted, I believe. No, wait. The hallways... I have drafted all the bedrooms. Though the Geist bedroom may actually look different now. I have drafted these rooms. I have drafted the green rooms. Spread fruit throughout the house. That's actually kind of neat. Shops. There are still 2 I could unlock. I think the vault is one of them. Studio additions. The dovecote. Addition unusual. Oh, they actually show as grayed out if I have added them but not yet drafted them. 19, 20, 23, 4, 7, 8, 11. So I assume the studio additions are not among these 46. Found pearl ponds for the mechanarium. The outer rooms, I have done all of them. Right. So yeah, my allowance is at 12 now. The blessing is still active for 1 day. Schoolhouse, trading post route, so I think I'll take the schoolhouse in that case. Anything in here I could grab? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Can I actually, if I turn you off now? The elevator stays. That's okay, that's interesting to know. So maybe I need to turn them off now again. Probably not doing that right now though. Okay. The library, I'll take the hallway first, that gives me options. Classroom. The classrooms, I think, always contain an apple. Then there's the color puzzle. The kitchen, chapel, or the library. I'll take the library. Actually, I can redraw. I'll take the den. I think I'll draft drink 1 first. I should not be too concerned about steps, I don't think. The reading nook. Sure, give me that reading nook. Then I can draft the library directly afterwards. Ooh, a coupon book. Very nice. The coupon book reduces costs by 1, I believe. Yeah. So I can reduce the cost of the Emerald Bracelet by a whopping 1, down to 79 coins. Patio. Or the West, I take the Western Wall. For options. The storeroom. That should give me a good amount of gems for the classrooms. Like this one. This is grade 2. I really want to see if there happens anything special in grade 8, which should be the highest. Okay, pantry is the only one that allows me to go for... Ah, I can redraw. Secret passage, funeral parlor, redraw. Kitchen, chapel, corridor. The library. I think I'll take that, yes. Ooh, an apple. I'll take the ballroom because I haven't taken it before. Also gives me 1 gem back. This one appears... Ooh, number 6 and 7. I might need to check the music room again. Because I think that's the remaining 2 music sheets I haven't had yet. Where's my music sheets? Not here. On 6, under the stars the dancer sailed, and to the floor we are compelled. The guns glide on and music swells, and at the end the clock strikes 12. What that means only time can tell. So the bold word is N, is R. And the first word is under. 7. 2 remain for one last dance and spin again around clock hands, and as they turn a second chance to rise above the falling sands, the true time lost in past romance. So the bold words truly spell first words on the sheets are true message, which I currently have the 5th, 6th and 7th, which are trees under 2. So, I assume there is gonna be something to do with trees. Clarence Simon in Eclipse Ball, 1952. Clara is, I believe, the father of Herbert. Right, I'm gonna write down the 1952 as a possible safe code. Let's just say 1952. 52 is possible code, even though it is just a year. Alright then. I have 2 gems. There are no paintings in here, are there? I don't see any. This is also a very small ballroom. Nothing on the backside. A commissary, or the Geist bedroom. Or the funeral parlor. I'll take a commissary. Step out, step in, get my gems back. Sleeping mask, running shoes, magnifying glass. I'll take a magnifying glass. And a sledgehammer. And that requires a keycard, which I don't have the security unlocked yet. Alright, all the way back I go. Right, this way. Then that way. Did I ever actually... I never really look for those locked chests. In this case, I can actually just take the Geist bedroom. Yo, it does indeed look different. It has spider webs. But the letter is probably the same, yeah. Get me some dice. And then I can go through this hallway. The security room, the pantry, the funeral parlor. I think I'll just take the security. Because then I can turn the unlock mode to... the offline mode to unlocked. Log into... no, keycard systems, system settings, security level. High, confirm setting, and then offline mode. Offline mode unlocked. It's fine. Return security menu, view estate inventory. One key I've left behind, that's probably in here then. I hope. This coffee is new, this coffee cup. That wasn't here before. So it's a music room. The crown, this is just... yeah, unless written by hand. But yeah, the coffee cup is new. Okay, the security room has ducts. That is good to know. I'm actually gonna write that down, yeah. Ducts in. Security room. There is, I think the ducts are given in the passageway, but I'm gonna write that down if I find it. Get me that classroom. Actually, get me the chapel, I think. The money isn't that relevant, but the paths forward are. I'll just take that. Stealing from the chapel, never a great move. But honestly, it deserves it. You give me 2 gems. However, first, check here. The study. No, I'll take the spare room there. And then go into the funeral. Into the funeral parlor. Yeah, okay. Is there anything on here that is relevant? Don't think I've had the magnifying glass in here yet. Benefort Ollie, 1920 to 1993. Oh, I should probably write those down as possible codes as well. Possible codes 1920 and 1993. All 4-digit numbers, probably a code at some point. A box with a false statement contains the gems. The statement on the black box is true. The black box is not empty. Right, so if you are true, you are true. So a false statement contains the gems. And the black box is not empty. So you would be... if you are false, then the black box contains the gems, which clashes. So you are not true. Meaning you are wrong. Meaning you are true and should contain the gems. Wonderful. Lavatory, classroom, closet, right, closet it is. A gem and a dice. Yes, yes, steal your money back, it's fine. That's the statue, yeah, that's one of the saints in the chapel, not one of the angels. Use a key, of which I only have 2. The courtyard, the kennel, I'll take the courtyard. That does give me additional options moving forward. No shovel. But a lockbox. No longer locked. Okay, just a bunch of money. Get me a straight room. Rumpus's room. Talk to Elzara. That's a vault key again. I somehow never draw the vault when I try to draw the vault. Okay, so I assume that the books and those expensive items are extremely useful. Alzara.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is
That looks like a forest. That's the two trees. Oh, it's a forest.
I hear the pattering steps of children.
Steps of
running
children?
in the forest. The joyful echoes of laughter in the courtyard. I see an old man sitting in an even older chair.
That's the drawing room.
A seed that has served many generations, each with their own stories, each with their own secrets,
That's the chair.
each with their own endings, but all in the same chair. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara.
So the chair in the drawing room might be
Until the dawn of the following day,
relevant.
I will have nothing more to say.
Probably not. I'm not sure how useful this info by Alzara is, but it might be relevant. I'm gonna go in here. Do I buy? No, I don't. Fish. Alright, onto this. Locksmith drawing room, perfect. Always in the same chair. But on the chair itself is not really anything to see. And it is this chair, I'm pretty sure. Definitely looks like it. Oh, oh, oh. But what's the code? Not 1993. 1952. No. 1920? No. Okay. That is progress. But the amount of missing codes is annoying me at this point. Vault key 149. I've had multiple different vault keys now with different numbers each. There's a study in the safe, there's a boudoir safe, there's an office safe. And now there's a drawing room safe. What are the possible codes? The other lamp, there is nothing else here that shows. Can I move this back there? No. You're shown in the painting. Anything else that is relevant? I can see the clock. The picture's probably not being taken there. This is, I think, just directly the chair exactly as he was sitting on it as the picture was drawn. Right. Here then. Give me the dining room because I can go through to the foundation for that. Here is locked. Okay, skip it for now. Take a gem. I need 3 gems, if I recall correctly, to get the vault. Locked. Locked. I'll take the drawing room then, because there I can redraft multiple times. There is a picture of the drawing room in the dark room. And now that I know that the pictures can show differences, I'm gonna look at that more precisely, or more intently, to see if that makes a difference. If there is a difference on the boiler room. You know what? Give me the boiler room. And hope I get the laboratory. Not the laboratory. Not the laboratory. Not the laboratory. Not the laboratory. Well, fuck. Also not the laboratory. Well, take me a classroom. Grade 3. Science worksheet. Use the elements below to form the answers to each question below. H2O, the liquid state is called water. H2O in a solid state is called ice. H2O in a gaseous state is called gas. Oh, it's supposed to be steam, okay. I was wondering why it's incorrect. Have an apple. Grade 3 is the periodic table, I guess. Ooh, a gem. Teardrop ice water. Someone hasn't paid attention in class. Fluorine, uranium, nitrogen. Locked. That's a problem. Let's see what you offer me. That's a 12. What? 10 minus 1 is 9, times 2 is 18. 20 minus 15 is 5, times 3 is 15. Divided by 15 is 1. 20 and 10 is 30, minus 18 is 12, divided by 6 is 2, divided by 2 is 1. A silver key. I would have honestly probably preferred 2 normal keys, but I guess it's fine. Actually, check me. I think I'll go to the left exit of the foundation for that. I also completely forgot already to check what rooms have ducts. The drawing room does not. The dining room does not. The foundation does also not have ducts. The silver key. Don't be the grand hall. The cloister, the dark room, or the conference room. I'll take the conference room. There is an apple. Or an orange rather. And nothing else. Keycard door to the left. Classroom. Code check terrace. Right, I do have just straight up have to take the classroom. Grade 4. Geography. Worksheet directions. Identify each realm on the map below. So these are actually, the cores are actually used to identify Archie Anders. Which this then I guess is Fen. The problem is I have no concept of what dice of what those mean. I hope this is a political statement. Okay. So he said Orinda, she said Orinda here, instead of Fen, like everyone else. Mora J, the Great Trees, Korarika, Vera. And Nuance Orinda areas, Arch areas Eraha. So ER is Eraha. Orinda areas. Arch areas. Nuance, that's the outer circle. What do we have? Oh, I can actually check that. The devoted circle, the devoted moon, the rogue moon. So this is just straight up not on the planet Earth. Orinda areas. This is Nuance. Orinda areas. Then we have Eraha, which is the weird hourglass. Orinda areas is the black mirror. Further Nuance, okay. Arch areas. So if I look at that here, oh, first off, take that. All of them took this for Orinda areas, except one. However, on the sigils in the old book, this was starting with FE, which I believe is Fen areas. Then this is Arch areas Eraha. This is Nuance. Do they all have the diamond for Nuance? No, you have Eraha wrong. So they all used a different sign for Nuance. Meaning Nuance is probably not relevant, is it? So I know the heart. I'm just gonna note down the other two symbols. Or the other 3 symbols, which are like this weird puzzle piece. And the Parliament. And then we have the diamond. So I know that this is Korarika. This is Korarika. Moraven. The thing starting with FE, this is Orsphere, 3rd era. Korarika. That's an infinity symbol. Oh, this is from below. Because we can see Korarika there, we can see Eracha. Then this should be Nuance, no? And this would be Vera? Vera? Etsphere. Veja, Fenmora, Mora, Daucha, Mamora. Isles of Orsay. Ajuzay, Orsay. Further Nuance. Oh, this could be Further Nuance, couldn't it? But they all set it for Orinda. So you are Racha, you are Arc Arius. Nuance is either the puzzle piece or the diamond. Right, you have 5 out of 7 correct. But I know that you have Eracha incorrect, and therefore you have this diamond incorrect, meaning you have the others correct. Meaning this is the parliament and you are the puzzle piece. Which the parliament then is Zovera is the puzzle piece and Mora J is the parliament. And then the diamond is Nuance. You have 4 out of 7. Right, you have Mora J incorrect, you have Vera incorrect, you have Mora J incorrect. So you got 4 out of 7 correct, which means you are Nuance. And then this is for Orinda Arius. But it starts with FE, which I believe is then Fenmora? As per the devoted circle. Right, that symbol actually doesn't show up here. We have Korarika, then we have Mora J, Vera, Nuance, Eraha, Orinda, and Arch Aries. The one starting with FE doesn't show up, but the only thing that starts with FE here is Fenmora. Or it is Feather Nuance. I'm gonna not mark anything there. Is there anything visible on these outside drawings? There's a king. The 3 of Tides. In eclipse is eclipse. Okay. The North Circle. The South Key. The Spiral of Stars. So it goes from the sun. Does it never end? This is the one that was in the ladyship's room. And this is Mora. There is a small one, a really large one, one with a ring. And one with shadows. The Sacred Circle. 1, 7, 4, 6, 2... 8 degrees. Rot. Tor. So, Sacred Circle. I'm getting cold. Ah shit, it is 3:30. 1 second, please. Right, so my parents are coming over in a second to deliver something. This looks like I could use keys. Which means I will probably stop for the day. Okay, so Fen is a town here. And Oris is a town. Reddington is these 3 mountains. Okay, that makes sense then. Right. I'm just gonna try... Okay, it's locked, meaning I can't go anywhere. So I'm gonna have to call it a day anyway. Good timing. I think I made some progress today. Not entirely sure. But that will be it then for today. So I can go down and deliver them printer paper. Academic villa with 4 classrooms and a library. Right. As such, I hope you have a nice rest of your day. I hope you have a nice evening, good night, and I hope you have a nice week. It's Monday, isn't it? Yeah, I hope you have a nice week starting from today or tomorrow. Goodbye. And also, I completely forgot. Thank you for